Good morning, everybody. We have recently had rain. Yeah. So the crops are happy. Yeah. Hey. Just talking about rain. There's some more rain. We saw that it was good. Hey, good morning. We got a little bit of loot sorting to get warmed up with it today. Hey, Hassan, how's it going? Did successfully empty everything out of the back of the trunk, so I can get the ambulance out of the way too. Oh, wow, it's raining. Don't know how long it'll be raining, so let's get these buckets out. Is that NPC? Nah, there's no NPCs. But there are some animals. Lots and lots of animals, actually. They're technically NPCs. Oops. I'll have to take the ambulance out front now that it's been emptied. I've been thinking also about a different strategy for sorting the loot that I have here, because my backpack is still full of loot, just like everything else on the floor. So what I'm actually going to do is just straight up drop my backpack and replace it with one of my handbags. And then the other handbag goes with me. Everything else in the satchel can get dropped for the moment. And my combat weapons can go on the floor, because I'm not fighting right now. That should enable me to carry around a little bit more while I'm sorting. Speaking of sorting, the time has come to figure out what to do with my small form food bin. The lazy but instant success would be take this, yeah, we gotta redo the kitchen, slightly. We don't have to go too nuts with it, but there's been a couple of improvements that I've been thinking about lately that I'd like to at least get started on. So this blue box in the corner here was actually always supposed to be temporary. Right now it is holding some stuff that needs to go elsewhere. Let's move both of these dispensers somewhere else. I've got two. I think one of these was supposed to go to a field site, but that ain't happening anytime soon. I want to keep that curtain over here as well as the butter churn. And actually these light bulbs I do want. You know what? Let's put the light bulbs in the toolbox here. These light bulbs are actually for the well, anything in the area that burns out. With these fluorescent lights up here, they need to be changed often. Every once in a while one of these 8 will burn out and I'll be like, I'll run up to the electrical stack. It's rather store something right there. But in any case, now we can start moving that furniture. Everything in all 3 of these stacks is mostly wall stuff. That's furniture, and then over here is a mix of stuff. You know, something I could start doing. Okay, so, public service announcement. For everybody joining, good morning. We've got loot sorting to do. But, something I've been thinking about for a while, just haven't really gotten started on. After a very long time of being broken and not really what they should be doing, the welding crates, these things, the ones that you can create with welding instead of carpentry. In the past, they used to be much bigger than the wooden crates. But for a very long time in B42, they actually were equivalent to the wooden crates, and therefore were absolutely not worth the metal that you would have to spend to make it. That is no longer the case. For an organized person, a wooden crate's max capacity is now 78, or 78 as it's always been. The metal crate is up to 104. So it's almost like I think this fix actually happened right as they broke, right with 42.13. So right when they broke vehicle trunks, they actually fixed long-term base storage. Something that, I mean, it's been broken for so long that I stopped thinking about it. Like, I realized within, like, the first build of B42 that metal crates were broken for some reason. But now they're back. Metal crates are back, boys. That means that all these crates on this back wall, I would only be hurting myself in the long term if I didn't upgrade them eventually. It's a question of when, not if. And I'm now asking myself if this is a no better time than the present situation. There actually is something I want to test real quick here. How does it look with the popcorn machine on top? I'm always on the lookout for shit that matches. And would you look at that? That's not a perfect match. It's a different shade of steel. Damn it. The popcorn machine is, it's got like a slightly bluer tint. The steel of the crate is like a warm steel. Like a warm gray. Damn. I mean, it's a hell of a lot closer than anything else I've seen for the popcorn machine. It actually is probably the closest to the popcorn machine. And the popcorn machine is actually a bit of a troublesome thing to build a base around. There's only a very select few set of tables out there that actually look proper with a popcorn machine on them. So, like, let's just put to demonstrate what I'm talking about here. I put it on the round table here. Look at the way it just kind of goes off the edge for no apparent reason. That didn't even match. That didn't even match the preview. See, if I pick it back up and I try to put it back down, look at that. It's the preview shows it as being like almost there, just with the edges going off the corner. But look at that. For some reason, when I place it, it goes up higher. I don't know what's going on there. But the popcorn machines have been notorious in my brain. They've been living rent-free in my head because of how hard they are to... I mean, you might as well not even consider placing them on counters. The one thing that I do know, though, is if you get a little creative with your counter corners, you can actually create a surface that looks... you don't notice the problems. Let me put it that way. You don't notice the problems. And in the past, I've done kitchen designs where the... I need a hammer. Give me my hammer. Where the... It was kind of like this number here. So I'm going to put the other counter corner in there temporarily. Look at that. Let's see if it has any other problems. No, okay, so look at that. That is almost... That's almost passable. Because only one little corner of it is not, you know, actually on the surface. So I might do something like that, but I'm gonna... That means I'm gonna have to move the table. So... Let's get this crate out of the way entirely here. Find another spot for it later. And we'll replace it with, this will be our first replacement for metal crates here. And I can actually, because it's a metal crate, now I can fit both of those dispensers in there. And it actually, the metal crate appearance... Ooh, look at that! It matches the metal bars of the laundry chute or the laundry cart here. The metal bars on the laundry part and the metal of the crate. That's a match. Hell, yes. We're all about matching here. Empty propane tanks can now be smelted down for steel. So I actually should be putting it over here somewhere next to the furnace. I don't know when that change was implemented, but I'm happy for it because now I have something useful to do with empty propane tanks other than just toss them out. It felt wrong just tossing them out even once they were empty. We'll see if I can find a different place for the kitchen later. So I can't quite fit that. But if I take this crate out, now I can. Or I'm sorry, if I take the... I'm already enjoying these metal crates. I do need to find a home for the butter churn somewhere nearby here. But that's a problem for slightly later. I'm just going to put the blue-colored crate away over here for temporary. This car battery charger was supposed to get housed somewhere else, I think. I think I put it there so that I wouldn't forget about it. And technically speaking, I haven't forgotten about it, but I also haven't done anything with it. Maybe I'll put it somewhere even more obnoxious, like right there. Anyway, this actually was not the final implementation I was thinking of. Let's try moving the counter down one tile and getting a little bit more creative with it. Yeah, look at that. You can't even see the fact that it's a corner now. Thanks to the popcorn machine, it just looks like it's on a nice floating island counter that actually matches. Oh, I like that. It's been a little while since I've had something work out that way for me. I might even be able to do the same with the hot dog machine. I remember trying this at one point. Okay, it's not perfect, but you know what? I actually really fucking like that. It always felt like the hot dog machine and the popcorn machine should go together, even though they're not a perfect match for the steel. Just in concept, I've always felt that they should go together, and I kind of like that. Now, this is also going to be a way to solve my small form food problem. Now it could also be, no, what I did in the past is I would do a display case in front of these island cabinets. Display cases are going to be harder to implement in this color schema here. Remember, this is the first time I've ever done a green kitchen. I think my kitchen designs have always been red. Almost every time I've made my own kitchen, they've been red in all of B42. Yeah, you know what? So one of the things that made me think I need to do this now, it's not just typical me losing focus of things. No. There is a lot of small form food and medium and large form food in these bags. And my small form food bin in the corner here has been full for a long time. It's currently sitting at 63 out of 65, and that situation is not going to get improved at all by me attempting to unload this loot here. Because remember, all this loot is from a residential run, so massively overrepresented in food. Here's what I'm going to do. I actually am going to gear back up, and we're going to head out in the field, see if I can get this accomplished before the fatigue kicks in for the day. It's going to kick in any minute now, so we're not going to use that as a guiding principle. I'm just going to get geared up, and we're going to head down to the area past the hotel where the coffee shop is. We're going to pick up display cases of 2 different colors. We're going to get 4 of 2 different colors. And we're going to A/B test. We're going to do some A/B testing. Because there's 2 different colors, and I don't know what'll fit better. I think mahogany might fit better, because I do want to have this butter churn. And the butter churn, unfortunately, is mahogany, closer to mahogany than anything else. So, okay. And do I need provisions? I may need provisions. I have no provisions. I have no provisions because I ran out of milk. Okay, I'm going to drop back slightly on my plans there. It's actually 1,900 hours, not 1,800. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to go milk the cows. Get all of my, get my milk back. I do need to go into a weight loss phase. So, I'm in rapid weight gain in 81 kilo. So I need to transition back to weight loss soon here. So that means drinking milk to shut the hunger up. You die from a cut. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. With enough time, you'll get better. I hate to say it, though, it does take a lot of time. It does take a lot of time. This game has got so many silly little rules to it. But yeah, we are going to milk these cows. Noisy cows. There's a lot of them now. Now we milk the cows directly into fountain cups because a fountain cup, for anybody who's not familiar, I've talked about this before, a fountain cup of cow's milk is exactly the correct amount of hunger reduction to get rid of your hunger if you are a hearty eater. I'm still not tired at 2,000 hours? Okay. I must have had some... I was probably subsisting on soda for a bit there. I almost forgot about that. Okay, that's no problem. And I probably will get tired once I'm out in the field. How about I continue that trend a little bit here? Yeah. I'm just going to take a 2 liter of cola with me. I do actually have some coffee. How about I brew up another cup? Yeah. Let's just brew up another cup. There's no reason not to. I'll brew up another cup so that if the fatigue smacks me in the middle of, while I'm trying to do something, then it won't be a problem. I'll just drink a little bit of coffee. And if I end up being out there longer than I need, the hotel's right there. The hotel is actually kind of an easy place to just, turn into a defensible sleeping position in Riverside, or actually other places too. You just go up to the 2nd floor, and then you've only got one door and one window to worry about. and their random movements don't often bring them upstairs, so unless you're followed, you're a lot less likely to be in a problem situation. Anyway, coffee machine. Brew coffee. Let's toss some sugar in there. You can put a candy cane as seasoning in a hot drink. That's actually kind of funny. Interesting. I guess that's like ghetto peppermint. In any case, we've got an extra cup of coffee now. Because I pretty much expect to be hit by fatigue at this point. Okay. Now we are going out to get some furniture. If I had to tell you what's going to help you the most when you want to learn this game a little bit better to survive longer, one of the most important things in combat that I feel like a lot of people just don't grasp early on is when to just turn 360 degrees and walk away. There's a lot of early game problems can be solved if you just recognize your limits. Yeah, for example, I just got hit with stage 1 fatigue, drowsy. That cuts my damage in half, and that's why I brewed this cup of coffee here. I'm only going to drink half of it because I don't want to break my sleep schedule. I also want to be combat effective though, so I drink half of that cup of coffee, and the fatigue noodle is gone. I am combat effective for a fair bit of time now. The next most important thing is just learning your ranges of whatever weapon is in your hand. Just learn what its range is. Practice a little bit on just one-off zombies before you fight groups. Learn your time to kill, average time to kill. Try to commit that to your memory banks. And recognize that it'll get a little better over time. This is the standard combat tactic for B42. It's a little bit less effective in B41 because in B41, all the zombies move the same speed. In B42, they move at 3 different speeds. Low, medium, and fast. So technically speaking, B41 combat is actually, yeah, in my mind, it's harder. A lot harder. It is, however, easier to lure zombies in big groups with a vehicle, though. That's probably it for the group in this corner. I expect to see more once we round the corner here. Yeah. We've got a pretty... That's at least half a full respawn right there. To the north and the south of the hotel. I'm gonna go ahead and cut the engine here. Because, I mean, at this rate, we probably will end up sleeping at the hotel. Yeah. Okay. Time for group combat. Know your own limits, too, not just your character's limits. I talked about this a lot because I've been feeling under the weather lately. I think I'm almost past all that. The brain fog is gone. If anybody's ever had, like, the flu and gotten brain fog or whatever, it hits me hard sometimes when it actually hits me. It doesn't hit me that often, but when it hits me. Recognize when you're not performing very well. Test your own reaction time and stuff like that. And if you're not feeling that good, if you're not feeling up for it, I'd recommend playing a different game. Just put Zomboid on the shelf for a little while. That's how I roll. If I feel I'm getting sluggish, I'll just hang up Zomboid for a bit and pick up something more casual. Alright, there's no avoiding a group fight here, so let's actually... I kind of regret not falling back a little further, because now they're going to try to, the ones that are down here, they're going to try to break into the building itself. So I should have started my firearm discharge at this corner. We got to check. We're at 4 rounds. stuff. Hey, good morning. Currently, our plan is securing some furniture. Joint plan. We need to sleep in the hotel tonight because we are we're gonna be in this area for a minute. And I predicted some respawns, so we're clearing out the respawns. By the time I kill this respawn group here, I believe the hotel may be secure. Maybe. I still haven't done room by room, so I can't confirm that. We did drink a little bit of coffee, but I'm going to try to maintain my bedtime anyway. Coffee is mostly to keep us combat effective until our regular bedtime of 22:30. I should be checking my sharpening more often here. I'm going to switch to the machete. Okay. Looks like we did have a few crash in through this window here. Yeah, one back here.
Hey!
The front windows of this place were actually intact at one point. But when I saw that, the group down here, its positioning actually eluded me when I decided to start shooting. I should have known that they would, oh shit. On my set, backing up. Slow one. I'm going to take a quick peek on this side here between the trees. Okay, I think we're clear. So there is a tactic that I learned when I was in Louisville with Annie. It's a little bit of a cheesy tactic, but I'm not above a little bit of cheese in this game. Sometimes what I want to do is deny zombie movement in certain areas to make them easy to deal with, particularly for respawns. And there is a cheesy thing I can do to ensure that they do not come through certain buildings. So, like, for example, this road right here. This entire row of buildings to the south of me. It's liable that zombies could break in to these buildings from the back door behind them and come through directly through those buildings. And I don't like that. I don't like the fact that the buildings can just be run right through. And I might be able to prevent them from doing that with a couple of throwaway cars, actually. If we look around behind here, the number of doors that they can actually get into the building through, there's only two here. There's only these two doors here. If I were to take just a throwaway vehicle, look at that, there's a throwaway vehicle right there, and I think there's another one in the cul-de-sac as well. Just park the car in front of the door, and then the zombies can't reach the door. They don't attack the door. They're forced to try to go around. It is a little cheesy. I would not do it if respawns were not such a big problem. But respawns are a massive problem in this game. Like, such a massive problem that I go very, very far out of my way to try to plan to deal with them. So, yeah, just something I'm always thinking about. I don't think I'll go out of my way and do it now, because it's close to my bedtime and I need to secure somewhere to sleep. The hotel is probably not secure. So I'm actually just going to use somewhere that I've secured locally. There's definitely a residential somewhere nearby. If I hit my map, we've got these little S's with blue circles around them. And would you look at that? That is one right there. That's Annie's house. Yeah, 203 Tidal Lane. I think there was no particular reason that I secured that house other than the fact that that's where Annie started. If anybody watching is not familiar, Annie Mae was our previous character. She went for about 800 hours across 6 months IRL before her save got broken by an update, which, in my mind, that's a good ending. If your save gets broken by an update, that means your character didn't die, and you got to guide them through a journey in B42 that lasts however long it lasts, and then they get to sail into the sunset as you start a new character. But yeah, I boarded up the window here. So, because the window is boarded up, we are sleeping behind at least one door and one window that's boarded. So this is a safe place to sleep. Oh yeah, by the way, linked in the description is Annie Mae's character sheet. I have not made one for Nora yet, regrettably. That's coming soon. I will make a character sheet for Nora. But for now, Annie's character sheet is linked in the description. And that actually features this house, 203 Tidal Lane, as her residence, where she is currently living as she works the construction site here in Riverside. That's her deep lore. I'm probably going to have something similar for Nora here because all of my characters are construction workers. So Nora is a construction worker just like Annie was, so Nora will have similar lore. That's one of the reasons I haven't really gotten on making a character sheet yet. But yeah, the whatchamacallit, the starting pose for Annie was just standing pose just like this, in this exact spot. In any case, we came out here for some furniture. The furniture we are targeting is display cases. Something I do with my really big bases. I did this with Annie back in Louisville and for her main base. I would use these display cases from whatchamacallit, bakery shops and coffee shops and whatnot. And we got a coffee shop right here. I believe this one is going to be mahogany. And I don't know if mahogany is going to be an okay fit with my kitchen design, because my kitchen is green this time. So we've got Zeds from multiple angles here. Looks like Riparian there had a respawn. I didn't actually remember to sharpen my sword like some kind of a doofus. Oh, hello there. That lady had a pool cue stuck in her. Believe it or not, zombies are your most reliable source of pool cues. There are a lot of pool tables in this game. None of them have pool balls on them or nearby them. None of them have pool cues on them or nearby them. The only place I've ever found pool balls in this game have been random boxes, random wooden crates. And the only place that I have reliably found pool cues is sticking out of zombies. So I'm unironically going to take this pool cue out of this lady here and fix it up and wash it out. And it's going to go to my entertainment center back home. Alright, you know what? There's more over here than I thought. We're going to peel back a little bit and sharpen. In fact, let's establish a kill zone right here. As soon as I finish the sharpening up, we will toot the horn a bit. It seems like they want to be coming out of the Riparian there, so if I toot at that street corner, that'll gather them up there. That actually wasn't my sword that I sharpened, it was my knife. Oh, I must have missed my opportunity to sharpen the sword. Big damage. Yeah, it's alright. I did miss one opportunity. If you sharpen your swords as often as humanly possible, they will last about 10 times longer. Even though we are Longblade level... What are we up to? We're up to Longblade level 7. Or rather, 6.5. Yeah. Longblade 6.5 and Maintenance level 10. Those two skills combined determine how quickly your blades, on average, will degrade. I've never been 10 in both at once. Annie Mae never found Longblade 5, and therefore we were fighting through Longblade without the book, which means, you know, we got well over 10,000 kills with the sword after getting to level 8. And I think we got to level 9 in, like, 1/5. Okay, whoever is hitting that door is probably on the other side. Because if they were on this side, they probably would have... Okay, I'm surrounded, I'm falling back. Yeah, I feel a little bit better fighting here. Is that a... I don't know what that is. It looks like a scrap sword. I think that is a scrap sword. Scrap metal short sword. Not really useful to me because these swords that I'm using right now are better in every way. And I can make as many of them as I feel like it because I am level 10 blacksmithing. It's actually 3:50 right now. I'm just going to go ahead and head back to Annie's house and get another night's sleep. Keep up with my sleep schedule. And then we shall continue this operation in daylight. It's always safer to fight during the day. So, there is a laundry list of things that I wish we could do better with light switches in this game. But something that would be really cool that I feel like it wouldn't cost the developers too much development time would be as if they just came up with the ability to craft a battery connector for a light switch and then use the battery connector to power the lights that you're connected to. But that's just a guess in my brain, telling me that it wouldn't be that hard for the devs to do. I feel like the devs basically have almost completely not touched electrical, with the exception of bombs, as far as B42 goes. I can't think of anything other than bombs that has changed since B41. Yeah, and not to knock bombs. Okay, yeah, there's some more improvised stuff. We can make improvised flashlight, lantern, lighter. I don't remember if... I think ham radios, makeshift ham radios, were a thing back in 41. But yeah, basically everything else electrical related is bombs and not really anything else. Yeah, it's basically just bombs. Once you're level 3 electrical for the generators, I mean, that's almost everything everybody cares about for electrical. Bombs in previous builds have been PvP oriented. But I'm proud to announce that they are very PvE now against zombies. Bombs are a very, very, very glorious weapon against zombies now. Thrown or remote detonated. Hell, even smoke bombs are good against zombies now. if you throw a smoke bomb, all the zombies caught by it immediately lose aggro on the player. I cannot stress how important that could be. Now, that being said, there's no way to very quickly grab a smoke bomb other than, you know, opening your bags and right-clicking. And I don't consider that to be quick. That's not something that I can do in the middle of combat. If I am surrounded by zombies, I can't be fumbling through my bags and right-clicking on something. If I'm surrounded by zombies and I need to actually get away from them. So I would argue that smoke bombs are a little bit... You need to be able to place bombs on your webbing slots, maybe. Yeah. Well, I mean, we need to be able to do more with our webbing slots, but bombs would be amazing on your webbing slots. Just think of it as like, you know, when you see soldiers carrying grenades on their chest. That's basically exactly what it would be. Only in our case, we're carrying a smoke bomb. And if we get surrounded in a very awkward situation that we want to just get out of instead of having to dodge through a bunch of zombies, yeah, that'd be great. This is the lady who was smacking the door. She has been put to rest. Namaste. Alright, I would like to secure a place to sleep in the hotel. Whenever I do that, it's very easy. I just go to the second floor. I think I mentioned this earlier, but if you want a safe place to sleep without building your own base, the second floor of anything is always a pretty good choice, just because zombies can go up and down stairs, but if you ensure that you're not being followed, it's actually quite rare for them to just randomly wander up the stairs. It's possible. Don't trust that it won't happen, but it's much, much rarer than them just wandering up to a ground floor window. You know, Murphy's Law right there. What can happen will happen, so focus on your probabilities. Now, I'm not here to do a floor-by-floor, or a room-by-room for the, whatchamacallit. I'm not here to do a room-by-room sweep. I'm just getting this, I'm getting some planks from this bed so that I can board up this window here and have a secure room in the corner. Okay, that was a bit presumptive. That was a bit presumptive. Anyway, only lost a couple of nails there. Okay, this is now the best, the most secure place to sleep in Riverside outside of my own base. And it's so secure that it just made a random person who's doesn't exist scream. Alright, we have I'm going to put an S on the hotel here. Okay. That feels really, really well placed. Geometric placement here. We're never too far away from a safe place to sleep in Riverside. I like it. I like it a lot. So, like I said, we're not going to do a room-by-room of the hotel. There's not actually a lot in these hotel rooms. In fact, there's very, very little. There's not even pillows. You would think that a hotel, infamous for having many, many pillows and many, many sheets. There's sheets and there's towels. There's not pillows, though. I don't know what's up with that. All of the hotels in this universe have no pillow. But I have many back at base, so I'm just going to leave the pillow from my ambulance here, and then I will replace the pillow in my ambulance later. Alright, so our original mission was display case. We'll probably have a few stragglers over here. This is where I tooted the horn the other night. Oh yeah, 4 of them over there. Looks like the other side of the club is looking okay. So let's go ahead and grab those display cases. I think there's only going to be 2 of them in here. Which is exactly what I would want. And I was wrong. These are not mahogany. These are black. That's, or like, what is that? That's like chestnut? I don't know. I don't know what wood that is. That's like a really, really dark wood. Okay, you know what? We are obsessive over colors here. It's a hobby of mine that helps me keep interest in this game, so. Talk to me about the lumber. Come on now, Wikipedia. Okay, fuck you then. I'll just do a image search here. Okay, chestnut that looks a little closer to red oak. Just on the spectrum of wood colors. Yeah, that's too bright. I don't know. Unfortunately, I can't do a Google search for dark wood. I can't do that on stream. That's not going to produce images of what I want it to. But we're going to take a. It just says dark rounded glass display counter, so not even the game knows what to call it. That's okay. So I have room. Each of these parts weigh 15, and there's 2 each. So that means 15, 30, 45, 60. So we can hand carry both of those. Honestly, black, I mean, there's a reason that our character wears all black. And it's because black can be made to match with almost anything if you try hard enough. So I think I might just stick with these. But I am going to go ahead and stop by the, usually I do, like, birch. I think it's a birch color. That's what I usually do. I did that with Annie on her current life and her past life. I think I did that with Barb, too. I don't often think about Barb. If you know, you know. But I think I did that with Barb the Builder, too. In any case, Dottie for Donuts over here. This is usually my one-stop shop for kitchen furniture because it has beautiful red seating and tiles. Those tiles look great for a kitchen if you're doing a red aesthetic, which is what I kind of like to do a lot. But since we're going with green this time... They're gonna make me break one of my windows. I hate breaking my own windows. Remember, Riverside is mine. This town and everything in it is mine. Therefore, everything is mine. So if I break my own stuff, I hate doing it. But you know, the really cool thing about the latest build is that we can wear satchels in addition to backpacks, which means I can carry around stuff that I haven't normally been able to make room for. Up to and including a torch. So instead of doing windows, I'm going to dismantle this back door and get a steel sheet out of the deal. I wasn't using this back door anyway, I never do. I was hoping to get a steel sheet out of that. It's funny how when the zombies break these doors, there's always a steel sheet left behind. But now I just broke it, and no steel sheet. You get other types of metal. Steel chunk instead. That sucks, because a chunk is 1/4 of a steel sheet. Whatever. I don't think I need anything out of the kitchen. Just checking for any coffee. Tea bag. See, this is a donut shop, so I don't expect too much other than expired perishables. But all that is lovely. I'll take all that. Oh, we do want to check the fridge. The fridge may have butter and or margarine. Oh yeah, cake batter, lard, and butter and margarine. Those don't go bad. Thankfully, they do not melt once the fridges turn off. I feel like melted butter should be a thing in this game, but I'm not in a rush for the devs to nerf the fact that we can just get butter out of nowhere. Now, I don't know how often I've mentioned this on stream. I used to work at a Starbucks, and display case food was not meant for consumption. It was basically just out there for display, and after a couple days, we'd throw it out. It always made me wonder why they don't just use fake display food. You know, just something that looks exactly like the product, but isn't actually the product. If I ran a donut shop, that would absolutely be what's in the display case. Oh, these ones are smaller. As in, like, they weigh less. They're 10 encumbrance instead of 15. Okay. Interesting. But yeah, all these white counters with the, what is that? That's like a... That's hard to describe. I don't know what kind of wood that is. It looks a little too light to be red oak. Yeah, it's way too light to be red oak, but it's not light like everything else in here. Everything else in here is pretty light, like this birch right here. This definitely looks birchy. Oh, it says maple. I thought maple was darker. Hold the phone here. Yeah, maple is darker. I'm not going insane. Although, hang on a second. This is not... Okay. Okay, yeah, okay, so, solid maple drawer bank. 19th century bird's eye maple chest of drawers. I wonder if this is maple but stained. I should probably keep that in mind. A lot of people like to have certain type of wood and then stain it to darker. So maybe a lot of the maple that I've seen over the years that I'm associating with a lot lighter of a color has just been stained. Could be. If this is what maple looks like unstained, then... Yeah, fair enough. I don't even know if birch is actually used in construction very often. I can't remember if I've ever... Yeah, see, this is a birch Scandinavian chest of drawers. That just... Actually, that looks a lot more like the countertop here than anything else that I've seen so far. Yeah, look at that. That's... Okay. So these are actually, these feel closer to birch than the tables. Learn something new every day here. Sometimes what I learn is sillier than what else, but... I don't think I need another coffee machine. I kind of want one, though. I don't think I need one, but I kind of want one, so I'm going to take it. It's only 6 encumbrance. It's easier than most of the other stuff I've been picking up. Okay, we've checked everything in here. Traditionally, the ice cream shop has never had anything useful other than 1 or 2 containers of ice cream. And obviously that's dust at this point. It is currently May 6th, 1994. And these are all empty. So we don't even get like a cursory cup of tea or anything. Yeah, 2 tubs of ice cream total. Kind of weak. In the past, I would take these display cases here, but I only wanted 2 because I only want 2 total, and I have 2 of each type, so I can A/B test and see whether they are which one is better. I will take the chalkboard though. I eagerly await the day that we can pick up something like the ice cream cone sign here. I would if I could. The only thing on this tile that I can pick up is a fucking the tile on the floor. Sag. Do I need any more exit signs? I only have like 1 or 2 at base. I don't use doors very often now. I know that sounds weird. I don't use like these kind of doors. I use whatchamacallit. I use gates now for almost everything. This random orange color. What kind of chair is this? It just says orange wooden chair. So it must be wood, but they just painted it bright orange. If there was more orange furniture in the game, I would consider that. There's orange, these kinds of orange chairs. I know there's a set of orange sofas. I don't think there's any orange tables in this game. I do have... Okay, I just thought of something random. I'm opening up b42map.com, lovely website. Always shout it out. There was something that I saw on the map with Annie that I wonder if it's actually on the, it is. Okay, so if you go to the B42 map and you go to like Louisville Airport and then just go straight right from Louisville Airport, you'll notice that there is a, wait, this is not it. That's go a little bit further up from that. There is a tile farm. There's a tile farm. I don't think this is going to have furniture, though. What is a tile farm? This is what the map makers use to Control C and Control V. It's actually a part of the map itself here. Oh, look at that. Okay, so there is furniture. Okay, you know what? Full screening this for a moment. I'm inside the van. Yeah, I'm safe. If a zombie rolls up, they got to break through the window first. We're just looking for anything orange that might match those chairs. See, these are the orange these are the orange sofas that I was talking about. There is an orange carpet. Where's their collection of tables, I wonder? When I was on Annie, we actually collected these pink and white pink and white, whatchamacallits. We collected them and never deployed them. This is all walls down here. I wonder what these letters mean. I wonder what these letters mean. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So it's going alphabetically from right to left. Kind of, not really. It's A through F. Yeah, it just skips J, K, L. T, and then goes straight to T, V, W, T, V, W, and then there's two W's. I don't know what's up with this. These are all walls. Or actually, these are signboards. Standalone or wall plastered. I actually kind of hope that this stays here as they add new things. That would actually be kind of cool, just for furniture shoppers like me. I didn't even think to look at this until just now. I've never used it for... Ooh, I did forget that Spiffos has orange counters. I mean, I live right downstairs from or right across the street from a Spiffos. So we've got orange sofa, we've got orange chairs, we've got orange counters. Tables would be nice, but I'm not hinging on tables. I mean, I could just use counters instead of tables. That's what I plan to do for the most part for my current kitchen. But speaking of tables, I know they have tables somewhere here. Seems like they got everything else. Yeah, see, there's desks here. I've already tried. You unfortunately cannot bring the pipe organ, or the pipe organ. You cannot bring the pipe organ with you from the churches. What? There's a... Okay. So on our base, we've got one of these and one of these. I've never seen the middle ones before. I didn't know those were a thing. If they exist somewhere, it would probably be the biggest churches. Okay, good to know. Desks up here. This doesn't quite count as a table. It's like a workbench sort of thing. Beds. Desks. We're getting warmer. I'm actually gonna just F2 the game really quick here. I don't usually straight up pause it, but this is fascinating to me, and it's Project Zomboid. I'm not going off tangent here. Okay, we definitely nothing of interest to my current perusal in the second row. So we've got some kinds of tables here, but these are like I think everything over here is player buildable. Yes, everything over in like this, whatever C is. I don't know what C is, but it looks like almost, okay, not quite everything. Oh, C, camping? No, not camping. But, yeah, that's all player buildable right here. Okay, these are not player buildable. That's a jade deposit. I've never seen that before. Ooh. Okay, so this is the blast furnace. Illuminated. I've never seen that before. This right here, this is the blast furnace that we can build as is. I've never seen it illuminated, though. Okay, so they've got the visual asset for a lit forge. It's just not implemented yet. I'm not gonna lie, guys. They can take their time with that. There's so many parts of the game right now that are excessively tedious. It's perfectly okay with me if they take their time on implementing lighting of forges, because whatever form it takes, I don't care what form it takes. It's going to slow the process down tremendously. They can please take their time on that. I'm not seeing a lot of tables here. And, okay, here, right in front of me. This is F, row F. That's not all the tables, though. And I know that for a fact because, oh, never mind. The black tables. I was thinking about black tables, but there they are. Okay, so that is all the tables that we have available to us. Not a very good choice for orange. It looks like there's 3 variants of the round table, and of the 3 variants, this one I would probably say is closest to the orange that I've perceived. And it's not even the color that they're using for next to the orange chairs. This is the lighter version up here, as opposed to the, I don't know, more saturated version down here. To be honest, I don't know if you guys have noticed, orange and black is kind of a running theme with me. So a black table with orange chairs, I could do that. I could get behind that. I'm not going to right now, because, I mean, I have specific goals at the moment. And furthermore, I would need to find flooring to match that. It's like R is roofing. Now, I can't, unfortunately, whenever I look at their tile farm here, I can't trust that whatever we see in terms of flooring is going to be movable. It seems like about, I don't know, 70 to 80% maybe of the different variants of flooring in the game are movable. The last thing I would ever want is to get fixated on something and then find out that it isn't movable. You can stack the gold bar pallets now. If I had room in my inventory, I would go pick that up. There is a stack of, there's a pallet of gold bars in the Riverside Bank in the basement. Believe it or not, there's no such things in other banks. The Muldraw Bank, last I checked, didn't have it. And the, oh wait, no, I think the Muldraw Bank did. I think just Muldraw and Riverside. Because I specifically remember the Louisville Bank did not. Louisville Bank didn't even have a basement. Actually, there's no basements in Louisville. I don't know if that statement is 100% correct, but I remember being very surprised at how few basements there are in Louisville. Okay, I'm not going to worry too much about flooring. Because remember, if I'm going to do black tables, then we can do black flooring too. So that's not a big deal. I'm getting ideas, but I'm not going to worry about them right now. We've got a goal in mind. We're going to focus on that goal first. You know what? I've got an offhand bag right now. I've got an offhand bag. I'm going to go ahead and use it to pick up the pallet of gold bars. Now, something to keep in mind in this game, if you want a decoration of wood of gold bars, I don't know if they've changed this, but gold ingots weighed 6 encumbrance each as of 42.12. And that was absurdly off kilter from how much the pallet itself weighs. So that is something to keep in mind. I would keep it in pallet form for as long as possible before choosing to utilize it for anything. Oh, our girl is quite hungry. Let us give her some milk. I need the sledgehammer, that's what I... We always keep a sledgehammer in our combat vehicle here. It is the red sledgehammer. Red means it goes faster, right? What I'm going to do is actually, I want to keep these doors intact so I don't get flanked. So I'm going to go ahead and just destroy this wall instead of a door. And leave the sledgehammer here for a moment. Looks like no uglies down here. The safe deposit box is there. And there is one pallet of gold bars. Let's see. Yeah, see, it weighs 30 encumbrance. If I were to right-click on it and take gold bars, it would give me like a couple dozen gold bars at like 6 encumbrance each. It's ridiculous. Do not take gold bars unless you are prepared to have storage for literally hundreds of encumbrance. I had to make like I ended up just putting them on the floor. This is 5 tiles wide for a desk right here. I'm tempted to use that somewhere. Not right now. I've got other things to do right now, but I am tempted. Let's get the sledgehammer now that it's clear. Wait, what? Oh, I wish I could take this column with me. Actually, let's put the sledgehammer on our back, because we can do that. Be advised that putting a weapon on your back doesn't actually reduce encumbrance anywhere near as much as having it in your hands or your backpack. Back slot actually is kind of weak in terms of encumbrance reduction. So I am carrying too much in order to pick up something that weighs 30. So what I'm going to do is put my other backpack on the floor there and just drop my current backpack completely. Now I can pick up something that weighs 30 encumbrance. Sledgehammer too. Okay. I can pick up something that weighs 30 encumbrance and put it into my backpack. That's right, I picked up an entire pallet of gold bars, and I fit it into a fucking backpack. Don't think about that too hard. Put the sledgehammer in there, too. Okay, look at that. I got everything I wanted. You know what? We got room for another, we got room for exactly 10 more. Let's take the computer. Okay. Our handbags are completely full, and the ambulance is completely full. This is a very successful, Sorry, just getting ideas. This is a gray carpet. It says green. Green circled rug. That looks very gray to me. Well, it's also very lightweight. I could take all 6 of these, and it only weighs 6 encumbrance. So I'm just going to take these. I think... Oh, you know what? You know what? It probably is green, but the weather is making it desaturated. So I was telling you guys earlier about my base having the banners here. My base, what the walls we're looking at here are 2 stories. So I've got the top and the bottom. Where is it? Here it is. I might have a... I might have this on hotkey in the future, this area of the map. But as you can see, here's the top and here's the bottom. But there's a middle piece. I've never seen a middle piece. The Brandenburg Church is where we got these the double tall banners. The Brandenburg Mausoleum, which is in the parking lot in front of the church, is where we got some of these extra bottom pieces. So every time I get a pallet of gold bars, I like to put them in the metalworking area. Put the sledgehammer back in the ambulance. And this green circled rug is... That still looks a little grayer than green, but I'm seeing the green more now. But since I'm doing a green kitchen, hell yeah. Regrettably, I cannot put it on top of one of these crates. I absolutely would if I could. Here's an idea. Let's pick up the sharpening stone, put the gold bar pallet there, and then the sharpening stone in front of it. Hell yeah. See, now it's right next to my metal storage. My metal storage is in this bin here. Perfect. I like it. I like it a lot. Alright, that's probably not the final... I probably shouldn't have put down the carpet yet. We don't have a final resting place for the carpet. The carpet, I'm thinking about putting it under the table. So I'll just put it in here with the table. Except we have literally no room. Damn it. Got all excited about this metal bin. And I didn't really consider the fact that there's not enough room in it. How about we make another one? Let's just make another one of those metal bins. We just need some metal. We've already got a torch on our person. What do we need? 2 steel sheets, 2 small steel sheets. And some rods and 1 scrap. This makes me feel so much more vindicated for all of the steel sheets that I've been picking up out in the world. We've got 9 small and 36 large and a whole bunch of scrap metal in here. I feel very vindicated for picking all that up now. I had honestly just picked it up for other things, but now it's even more useful. That's great. I like it a lot. Alright, so all that furniture that I'm temporarily storing over here. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I like it. The metal of the top matches the popcorn machine, and the we've already got some black going on here with the the side of the jukebox. Now, that said, I probably do want to relocate the trash can. I mean, the trash can has always been kind of out of place there. It's got the orange and green aesthetic because Spiffos. It's from Spiffos. There is a dark trash can. I would have to go to a Pizza World, though. There is no Pizza World in Riverside. I can't remember if there was a Pizza World over here on this side. I know there's a diner. I think it's just a diner over here. There may be a Pizza World in Brandenburg, but otherwise the closest one that I'm aware of is Muldraugh. It's got to be one closer than Muldraugh. B42map.com actually does have a search for POIs. So I just typed in pizza and hit show all results on map. So we should have a bunch of markers that are anything with the word pizza in it. As expected, there's almost nothing in Riverside. Brandenburg and Rosewood. I actually know of the one in Rosewood. We were working around in that area earlier. But there is one in Brandenburg in the mall. Yes, it's not a standard one. This is a non-standard Pizza World. Pizza World would usually have the black furniture for everything. I don't see the black trash can that I'm looking for here. So there is no Pizza World in Brandenburg. So yeah, I was right. Rosewood and Muldraugh are the nearest ones to Riverside here. And we do have plans to go to Rosewood. In fact, we have such plans to go to Rosewood that I accidentally left the key ring for Rosewood in the trunk of my van. It's still there. All the keys that I found in Rosewood so far. But that's... I don't necessarily have a... Interesting. So this one's got the red and white counter there. But it's got the trash can. The trash can is what I'm after. Because look at that. We got a black and red trash can. That would be a bit of a push because of the red. But you look at the jukebox. It's got black and red on it, doesn't it? That would actually be a perfect match. So that's one of our targets in Rosewood, is to pick that up and bring it back here. But that, yeah, it's not exactly a near in the near future concern. Or at least not in the immediate future. What I want to do is I do want to get this loot sorted before I consider doing anything else next. I was considering going to Muldraugh, but Muldraugh, as you can see, it's a very big place. It's a very big place. Rosewood is a lot smaller. I feel like if I wanted to do a field op, while I've got a bunch of crops waiting for me, which is I do, I am very tethered to Riverside while I'm babysitting these crops. We haven't had to think about them too hard because we got everything fertilized and composted for the current phase. Oh, actually we don't. I'm going to do that right now because some of these crops have been planted outside of their optimal planting season. I would like to get them composted up ASAP. So both rows of potatoes need both compost and fertilizer. So if you're not familiar, compost and fertilizer both reduce the growth time. However, you can only compost and fertilize once per growth phase. And fertilizer doesn't even show up in the menu if you check to see whether it's been fertilized yet. However, if you fertilize it more than once in a single growth phase, it starts to lose health. So, as silly as that kind of sounds, yeah, you definitely want to make sure that you are... what I like to do is just make sure that I compost and fertilize at the same time, so that if it says that it's been composted, then I can reasonably assume that it has also been fertilized. That is only, of course, if I intend to fertilize it, which I don't always do that. So I am short by 3 fertilizer in this row. Or, sorry, compost in this row. I would prefer not to mess up those stacks of 5 up over there. So I'm actually going to go and refill these 5 sacks, as opposed to using those. Or, well, it doesn't matter. I just need to make sure that there are 5 sacks over here that are filled. There's two categories of crop here. They're separated by this little, I left the tire pump here. This tire pump, anything to the south of it, in this direction, is stuff that was planted slightly out of season. I planted it like April 4th, and you should plant it in March, before the end of March. So what that means is, because we didn't plant it before the end of its ideal planting month, what you want to do is cut time off of its growth phase. I feel like 4 days, we probably have already cut that. But as insurance, I am fertilizing and composting it as often as possible. Now, of course, fertilizer we can't make. We can only loot it. And I've only got 4 and like 1/3 bags left. So that's something I need to keep in mind. Let's get the last 3 potatoes before I forget. The thyme over here has been composted. The kale I have not been religiously composting, because the kale planting season is actually, it's weird how kale works. Kale can be planted as early as March, and that's one of its 2 best planting months. It's weird how kale works. You can plant it in March or something else. I'm curious now. Kale can be planted, or let me say should instead of can. Kale should be planted. JK. March or July, apparently. Now that being said, you can harvest it multiple times. Once you harvest it, it doesn't go away. It goes back to like young or something like that. Like, doesn't quite go all the way back to seedling. So I feel like the fact that we planted it a few days late is actually not that big of a deal. But in any case, the compost that I'm holding on to right now has been broken up from a set of 5, so I just want to get rid of it, basically. I actually just composted I composted 2 of them, and they immediately went to the next phase. So they actually can be composted again. So these 2 right here. And then this one right here. That one is probably going to be... Yeah, look at that. Like, just as I went to walk away. Okay, the kale has all been composted for this phase. The next phase is weeks away, so I don't need to think about the kale again for a while. This garlic is half of what I planted. We're actually waiting for it to get to the blooming phase, which it might not. It might not get to the blooming phase. So basically what I'm doing is I'm holding out on harvesting it until it either gets to the blooming phase or starts to die. So that's just one of many things that I'm looking for every time I look at the garden, right? I don't always articulate this when I look at the garden, but there's several things I'm looking for. One of them is for the garlic to start dying, or to have changed phase. Because right now, if I harvest it, I get garlic, but I don't get any seeds. I'm actually out of garlic seeds. So if I want more garlic, next year maybe, I need to wait for this to bloom. Garlic is not that important. I'm just, I'm trying to faithfully engage with the system. So this oregano is composted, and I believe it's been fertilized. This sage has not. Actually, I need to check them individually now, because I have been hitting them uneven. So that used up all but one of these bags. The strawberries up here have not been composted. And they're only days from the next phase? Okay. I feel like I probably should have been paying closer attention to the strawberries. Okay, since I hadn't had any of them composted. 2, 3, 4. I need 1.25 bags. About the parsley. The parsley has been composted, as has the mint. The cabbages have not, but the cabbages don't need to, because once we get past this marker here, this little tire pump has a marker. Once we get past the tire pump, we don't need to religiously compost and fertilize. Like, quite literally, these bags of compost up here, they're just there because I had a bunch of compost. Not really because I actually needed those bags immediately. Let's go ahead and get some more compost. I've got 10 bags on me, right? No, let me go pick up these other bags. I think I also have a bunch of sacks over here. There's a whole bunch. There's a whole 18 right there. I like to hold on to sacks in counts of 18. So the 18 that are in this this box right here are going to go in their own garbage bag, and I'm going to put that garbage bag with 18 sacks in it into our Spiffo-mobile here. And just like these other 5 sack 18s here. Oops. Garbage bag, sack 18. So I now have 6 of them. My power grows. To be entirely honest, I could make more sacks right now if I wanted to. We've got a lot of burlap chilling in here. Do we? Hang on. Burlap. We have 8 burlap just chilling. I am going to make another 5 sacks. So we're going to grab half and one more, and needle, and some thread. That's all we need to make sacks, is the burlap, thread, needle. It's actually 22:30. That's our bedtime. I'm just going to go ahead and hit the sack real quick. I just recalled that I have an uneven number of bullets in my gun, because we were shooting at some zombies earlier. Look at that, I have 1 shot left. Thankfully, in the backpack, the main backpack on the floor here. Oh no, in the ambulance. Yeah, we got an uneven amount of bullets. I don't know if I should say thankfully. I hate uneven amounts of anything, but we did not have a clean, whatchamacallit, we did not have a clean 3 boxes to work with. It's alright. Okay, we are armed with 15 sacks. We do not have we don't have anywhere close to enough room in the Spiffo van for those sacks to be filled with compost. So we're actually going to take the recently acquired Rosewood Blooms van, and that's going to be our next gardening vehicle. I had been holding out on a purpose for this van. I'm going to need to observe to see if this one needs any part swaps. Okay, I'm not leaving 88% condition performance tires on a gardening vehicle. Yeah, we can't do that. 85% performance brakes on a gardening vehicle? Okay, yeah, we can't do that. The suspensions are fine, they can stay as is, but we are going to have to do part swaps on Rosewood Blooms. So I'm not gonna use Rosewood Blooms just yet. We're just gonna grab one of the one of our many D6s here. Now, why do I need an entire vehicle to go pick up compost? Well, these 15 sacks, every single one of them is going to weigh 5 encumbrance once filled with compost. It's a little bit disproportionate in my opinion. Okay, there's 5 bags. Don't have enough for an emptying of each. I think there are more animals on this side. There's only 50% compost in this one anyway. But yeah, total of 75 encumbrance for the trunk of this van here. That is, that's quite a lot right there. That's literally half of the trunk's encumbrance. So, because we actually had quite a lot of room in that compost bin, I'm gonna take some poo. I'm gonna take some poo from this side and put it over there. Looks like my turkeys gave me more eggs. Turkeys take forever to lay eggs, so I'm always down for more turkey eggs. I don't really need turkey feathers right now. Turkey feathers are for, you would need like 100 or 200 in order to do anything with it, and really the only thing I know of right now that you can do with turkey feathers is same as chicken feathers, make some pillows or whatnot, but I've already got a surplus of pillows, so not really necessary. Let's check for animal births while we're here. Do we have any unlabeled sheep? Yes, we have a new East Frisian lamb here. Where did it go? It ran away. Come hither. Must name you. It is a male. So we have another East Frisian kill me here. I named them kill me when I, because remember, the males will kill each other eventually if you leave them pent up together. Poo into the poo box. Perfect. The compost bins continue to churn. There's a shipment of more compost. I'll want to use compost on the corn, cabbages, and sunflowers. I think they're all ready for it. So we'll do that tomorrow morning since it's about to be second bedtime. I'm just going to go ahead and park the fossil oil truck here. I unfortunately have learned that you cannot, in fact, drive over crops. We learned that on Annie. You can run over them. The game used to be very pedantic about you running over your own crops. That's not a problem anymore. Humans can run over crops without hurting them. Humans can, or zombies will still destroy them. Looks like we just had a light bulb burn out on the right side there. What about the bottom? Yes, okay. 2 new bulbs coming right up. I put them in the toolbox. But we also need a colored bulb for the wardrobe there. I think I was using dark red for the wardrobe. Sorry, armory. No, not wardrobe, armory, because it has both armor and weapons, arms and armor, as it were. We keep the red light bulbs in the second bin here. We have 3 shades of red. This is from the exit signs. It's the darkest. I've tried that. It doesn't work in a floodlight. You need like 5 floodlights, and we don't have enough of those light bulbs to make that work. So, yeah, we'll just hold on to these 3. Much nicer. Okay, off to bed. Turkey eggs, can into fridge. Okay. Let's get some composting done. Remember, the magic number is 5, but I don't have to leave the bags anywhere particularly, because I think all 3 of those rows, or sorry, all 6 of these rows are ready. These sunflowers are ready. So that's 3 rows of sunflowers, and then 2 rows of corn, and then 1 row of cabbages, for a total of 6 rows. 5 bags of compost for me, because I do rows of 10. 5 bags of compost is 2 rows, 20 crop plots. Hey Hassan, I have not seen an M16 on this character. This is Nora right here. We have already hit the place where Annie found her M16. On Annie, we found an M16 in Guns Unlimited. Unfortunately, we have hit Guns Unlimited here on Nora, and there was no M16. And that is very depressing, because there is a very small number of places where you can find M16s in this game. The, one place that I do intend on going with Nora when the time is right is, I want to hit the military research station. And I feel like that's a place where we could go to get some M16s. Oh yeah, plenty of bullets. Bullets, so the M16s are the only thing that shoot 556. 556 is, it's basically just a military cartridge of .308, but this game does not let you cross-chamber. even if it would technically fit. I eagerly await the day that they get that implemented in this game. They should. Cross-chambering is a thing. I don't know if that's the right word. I'm not a gun nut. Only because guns are very expensive and I'm trying to save money. I probably would be a gun nut if I could afford to be. But yeah, no, the whatchamacallits, as far as I understand it, 308 and 556 are almost exactly the same size. It's just that 308 is a civilian cartridge, and 556 is a military cartridge. There are subtle differences though, so if you put like 308 in something that's chambered for 556, I think you're gonna damage the barrel. I think maybe even the receiver. I'm not sure. I think that's the gist of it. But in this game, I cannot use 556 in my M14 or my MSR 788, which those are for 308, which doesn't make any sense to me, because why does a military weapon, the M14, why does that use a civilian cartridge, 308? Doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't make sense to me. But let's just say it's a work in progress still. I know that I can almost imagine, if anybody is new to the channel, I can almost hear some people saying in the back of my mind, there's mods for that, you know, there's mods for that, and it's true. I don't think it's a very good idea to use mods to add more calibers of ammunition to the game, and I only say that because of the way the loot works. Right now, anytime you get ammo in this game, you're usually going to get it either in like a one-off situation, like, you know, somebody's bedside might have a box of ammo in a M36 or something like that. But when you're getting large quantities of ammo, it's going to be like a box of ammo in a gun store, and the box is basically going to give you an equal shot at every type of ammo. That's currently how the loot distribution works. So unless you change something about that, adding more calibers of ammo is going to reduce the amount of loot, statistically, that you get of every other existing caliber. So it is actually like a zero-sum problem, the way loot currently works. So unless your gun mod, whatever it is you're thinking about, Britta's, I think VFE did make its way to B42, even though a lot of it has been implemented into the base game. All of that stuff is going to, if you add more calibers, then you're just reducing the total amounts you're going to get of every caliber. I wish it could be. I'm not currently in a position where I can chat with my friends about that, but I do have a few friends from the military. I will check with them at some point and seek their opinions. So I do actually kind of want to keep the compost cooking in the compost bins. So I'm actually going to go ahead and empty these bags as well. I'm going to put these bags on the 20 rows, or the 20 flowers that I have planted right now. So these last two rows right here, these are all flowers. We got roses, lavender, chamomile, and marigolds. Flowers outside of sunflowers are useful for the seed paste, but other flowers are useful in salads. I'm not planting anything today. We're just taking stuff that I've already planted and adding fertilizer to it. We're basically feeding the crops. The sky is watering them. We are feeding them. Okay, so that's, most of my crops are now composted. Before I start refilling these compost bags, I am going to use the last of my fertilizer. So remember, fertilizer bags are 8 charges each, which is kind of an odd number for my style. I prefer to do rows of, rows of 10 each, which means that I always have leftover fertilizer. In terms of priorities, the potatoes are the most important thing that I planted out of season. So we're going to reserve the remaining fertilizer just for the potatoes. Okay. This is a bit trepidatious. I just ran out of fertilizer, and the game doesn't tell you what has been fertilized. It only tells you what's been composted. So, of the last 8 in these 2 rows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're gonna have a bag with 1 charge left. Damn it. Okay. These fertilizer bags don't give sacks when you're done with them. These bags just despawn when they are once they're empty. All right. Because I have 1 charge left. It's because of this. I had a dead potato up there, so I had to delete it. I'm just gonna put some in the garlic. That'll get rid of the last bag. Okay. Yeah, so the flowers up here, what you do with flowers is, these 3 rows right here, all 3 of these rows, we have 30 sunflowers planted right now. Sunflowers are special because the seeds, sunflower seeds, are really nutrient dense, and you can grind up the sunflower seeds and make vegetable oil. It's very inefficient, but you can do it. We've got these are fruit. We've got 5 watermelons here and then 5 pumpkins. Watermelons and pumpkins both can be smashed or sliced. And then you can turn around and make, things like pies or salads or whatnot. But then what do you do with a salad? You can season the salad with flowers, but you can also, marigolds, roses, and lavender here. Those are just spices for flowers. Chamomile, you can make tea. So that's the various uses of these. Yeah, basically, if you're gonna make it like a salad, you can always add a flower to it as long as it's not like rotten. Okay, we got 20 sacks. Our girl is quite hungry. She's not out of weight gain phase yet, so we can actually drink this 2 liter of cow's milk. Okay, you know what? For the purposes of getting more compost, the step van with the animal parts in it is actually in my way. So I'm actually going to about face the step van here. I'm going to turn it around and back it up. Or actually, no, not back it up. We're going to drive it straight in so that the back is facing out like that. So the statue, you can actually pick it up. You just have to find where they spawn. If we look at b42map.com here, the statue was from Brandenburg. Over in Brandenburg, the church has a rather large cemetery here. No, sorry, that was not Brandenburg. It was Ekron. So there's Brandenburg. Ekron is here. The church in Ekron is quite massive. And it has a statue right here. The statue weighs as much as a fridge, but you can pick it up with a shovel. So that's how we got that. We managed to find that, put it into the trunk of a vehicle, drive home with it. It's the same place that we got the banners on our base, the red banners on the wall there. We got those from the church as well. This will be a little complicated. I think I can fit it, but I might not be able to get out of the vehicle afterwards. Remember, vehicles are only 2 wide, so this should actually work. But can I get out now? I can't. I can't get out on either side. I think I can get away with this. And I can still get... Okay, good, good. I can get away with that for now. I don't feel like expanding the animal pens just yet. That's a lot of work. Yep. Oh, turn, like, corpses in, like, zombie corpse. Nope, sadly not. Speaking of corpses, the sheep, once again, are neglecting to feed their babies. So this sheep right here just died, and it died because its mother stopped producing milk randomly. And when that happens, the babies just die. There's nothing I can... Well, okay, so I could milk one of the other sheep, and then I could hand feed... I could hand feed the stupid sheep if the mothers stop producing milk. But at this point, I'm just like, I need some lamb chop. And that one was not going to go anywhere anyway, so... where am I doing my butchering these days? Butchering is messy. I'm actually gonna put the corpse into the trunk here. We will butcher it, we'll butcher it after we get this fertilizer loaded up. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna move the crate. It's convenient to have them inside the pen, but it's not convenient to pick up. I would like to put these in a position where I could just drive by with the truck, kind of like how you see where the charcoal burner is there in the bottom left. I kind of want the same for the compost bins. So I'm actually going to put the bins in front of the gate on this side. So then I can actually take the truck and pull up to it. So once I empty this one, that's exactly what I'll do. So all of the chicken eggs that I'm leaving here without picking up and bringing back inside are fertilized, which means they're going to hatch and actually become chicks. Okay. Good luck with that. Internships, depending on how good the employer is, those could be good or bad. But I wish you best of luck. Get some rest and come out there with a fresh brain. So that is the trunk, completely full. All of our sacks are used up, and there's still compost in this bin, so I don't want to pick up the bin because that'll delete the compost in it. Oh yeah. Well, no, that's true of most internships. Even here in the West, a lot of them don't get paid. Yeah. All right. Good night, man. Have a good one. I'm gonna butcher the animal that died. I'm gonna butcher it down here. The blood splatter doesn't get all over the place. Okay, it still got all over the place. It's right at the edge of my driveway though. It's gonna bother me. I'll deal with it later. Now there is another skull. Just stare endlessly at the mothers who failed to produce milk for their offspring. Another one bites the dust, as it were. Yep, you guys get to stare at that skull. You did that, not me. It's not my responsibility to feed your babies. It's yours. I'm not producing milk. There's no NPCs to do the required thing to get me to produce milk, so I can't feed your calves. You gotta do that. So there is a bunch of poo on the floor up here, but this compost bin right here is completely full. So I'm actually going to make another compost bin real quick to get another full bin cooking. I need 4 planks, but I only have one over here. I don't think I have a bunch upstairs right now. I was going to do some more woodwork upstairs eventually, but I never brought any planks upstairs for that. Well, you know what? Look what we got right here. The Plonky Mobile. There's 2 log stacks left from my last lumber shipment. So I'm going to bring both of those stacks upstairs and unstack them, and then I can finally get the Plonky Mobile out of that spot. Because that means the Plonky Mobile will be empty and no longer need to be next to the base. This is where I'm going to use most of the lumber that I'm going to get, so I don't need to saw more than like 2 logs right now. Put the rope back. And 2 of these planks are not necessary at this time, so they go over here with my other loose planks. These planks I keep up here because if I need loose planks for building something like a one-off, I can use them, or I can carve them into handles. That's one of the things I might want to do, is make a bunch more handles for the stuff, the blades and whatnot that I make. Now I just need some nails, which are on the floor with all of these other planks that I forgot that I had. Okay. Okay. If it seems like we're going all over the place right now, yeah, we are. We were doing furniture work at first, but then I noticed that the crops needed some crop work done, so we have changed tasks quite a few times here. That's okay. We're getting things done in order of priority. Let's take a full 12 planks. Actually, let's bump that up to 16. Yeah, let's bump that up to 16. And we're gonna make an extra composter for all 4 animal pens. Perfect. The keycap for my D key just popped off. The keycaps for my keyboard, it's a Logitech G400, something, I forget the exact number. But the keycaps are really weird. They're like G413. The keycaps are really weird. They're held in place by these silly little nubs. Kind of hard to see, but there's 4 nubs, and all but one of them have broken on this one. So if I try to put it back, it'll stay there for a little while, but then it will pop off again with very little effort. And of course the D key is very important. That's how I move right. Anyway. Composters. And then the last one, we'll wait till that's empty. That's a lot of poo. I'm gonna try the shovel. It feels hit or miss whether the shovel is faster or not. looks good. Actually, you know what? Real quick, I'm actually going to take like half of the dung from this one and distribute it a little bit. I'm going to do it so there's like 12 encumbrance. 12 encumbrance of poo in each as a minimum. So that way, all the ones that I just built are cooking. Beautiful. Disgusting, but beautiful. Try not to imagine the smell. We are out of weight gain. I'm going to make something chunky here. Am I? Yeah, she's pretty hungry. Let's make something chunky, because we got to use up this mutton. So in these roasts, I'm going to do 3 helpings of mutton. And then the last ingredients will be eggs. Eggs of 2 different varieties. We're going to do turkey and chicken. Turkey and chicken eggs. The variety will help offset the fact that we used 3 helpings of mutton. And then each of these gets a helping of butter and garlic. Oh, you know something I didn't even look at? I should go look at this now. While this is cooking, I'm going to check if garlic is one of those things that I can dry out. I never even looked. If garlic can be dried, then I should not be wasting fridge space on it. The small drying rack is here. No? Try wild garlic. Really? Really, Indy Stone? We can dry wild garlic, but not the garlic that we grew ourselves. Is that okay? I don't know about you guys. I don't see garlic here in the G's. That sucks. That's really stupid. That's really stupid. You know, we could actually fix this. We could fix this. We could fix this. I think all we would have to do is go into the game files and change. So what I want to do is, whenever it comes to modding the game, right? Modding the game, my policy is never mod anything that could add something new to the save file. So that means no new items. So if dried garlic is not an actual item in the game, that's okay. All I got to do is make it so that the recipe for dry wild garlic you can add either wild or regular garlic to it. That's all I got to do. assuming that's possible, I think, well, I can't make any assumptions. The drying racks are probably a different beast altogether. We'll take a look at that briefly, maybe as an overnight task or something. So we're quite hungry. I'm just going to straight up eat one of these. No, shovel is for poo. Therefore, it goes up here. Alright, where were we on the composting? I mean, we're doing... We could do the, whatchamacallits, the fruits. That is a singular row here. So we only need 3 bags. Oh, look at that. Some of the cabbage is proceeding to the next phase already. Interesting, because some of it is still more than a day away from the next phase. Very interesting. But I would like to evenly use up these bags of compost, so I can do that. All I gotta do is use up the last 2 charges of the 3 bags that I took with me, and then bring another 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just leave 2 bags on the cabbage row. So when the rest of the cabbages get to the next phase, there's 2 bags right there waiting for them, and those 2 bags will be evenly used up. That actually came out quite perfectly. Okay, who else needs it? Does anybody else? I don't think anybody else actually needs compost right now. Okay, so what we're doing now that everybody that I can see has been composted, what we're going to do is just stage bags for the next run of composting. So I'm going to put 5 bags between these 2 rows here. Well, we've got gaps. I hate these fucking gaps so much. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? As stupid as this sounds, I am actually going to waste some compost on the next round, just because I'm sick of having uneven bags. So when all these crops get to the next phase, you can actually put compost on an empty crop plot. So I'm just putting empty crop plots in the spaces that a dead plant was found, so I can actually use up the bags evenly. It's only like 5 or so tiles of compost. It should not be a problem. Perfect. That makes me feel a lot happier right now. What that means, though, is I'm taking the truck down to the other side. Easier to reload it there. Seven bags of compost will fit in a military backpack. Okay, so these 5 bags, 4 charges each, 2 rows, 20 crops. So for those 2 right there, and then these 2 for the next 5. So there's 5 for those two, 5 for these two. Here's 5 for these two. And then with these 2 bags, the cabbages will be set. And, I mean, honestly, remember this pump right here is the cutoff point for being super meticulous about the composting. So we are good to go. The garden is completely up to date. Perfect timing, too. It's 22:10, close to bedtime. This truck has been exhausted of all of its sacks, so it is back into its parking spot. So, real talk, I got myself an empty backpack, and there's a bunch of flax over here that's still begging to be pulled off of the racks. So I'm actually going to refill my water here at the drying rack PD. If anybody is, you know, not familiar with what's going on with the police department here, I don't blame you. This probably looks very odd, and it is very odd. The devs changed growing seasons in a very, very weird and nonsensical way recently. I think it was like 42 point, it was either 0.9 or 0.10, 42.9 or 10. I don't remember which. I think it might have been 10. But in any case, on our previous character, Annie Mae, she was started on 42.10. The growing seasons for all of the crops that you plant in the fall season, so that's your rye, barley, flax, all that stuff. The growing seasons changed so that, or actually, sorry, the planting season did not change. You still plant them in October. The growth time changed, and the outcome of that is very weird, because now you're supposed to harvest all of those crops in January. I need to say that one more time. You harvest crops in January. Anybody with any remote a bit of farming experience is going to hear that sentence and be like, the fuck are you talking about? Nothing blooms in January to be harvested. That's not how plants work. Plants go dormant over the winter, generally speaking. You know, not with this is we're living in a temperate zone. You know, temperatures regularly get below freezing in the winter. You don't harvest crops in below freezing weather, except for in this game. And after you harvest the crops, which you have no choice, you have to harvest them, otherwise they will overstay their growth phase and turn rotten. And if you harvest them, they now have a freshness. So after harvesting them, you have to get them on a drying rack within a reasonable amount of time, otherwise they go stale and then rotten. So, what we had to do was build a bunch of drying racks and get the crops onto there. But no matter how many drying racks we built, they have to be indoors and they got to be temperature controlled. We didn't have enough real estate. We filled up the entire police department here, and we still had more crops to deal with. So what we did is, because it was winter, the drying racks require it to be a certain temperature. That certain temperature never gets hit during winter, like above 45 degrees Fahrenheit, freedom units, whatever. That doesn't happen during winter, even indoors. And the only way to climate control this shit is with a fucking campfire. So we've got campfires strategically placed between all of these racks to keep the temperature going. And we literally spent almost a month in the dead of winter. It was like at the end of December. We spent our Christmas in here. Keeping these stupid campfires lit every 8 hours, reloading them with logs. And yeah, that was how we got all this flax dried. That's the only way to do it. It was the stupidest thing I've done in Project Zomboid. I kind of enjoyed the challenge, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna act like I wasn't having fun. It was just immersion shattering fun, if that makes sense. You know, like playing Gmod instead of Half-Life. It was like, you know, it was silly fun is what it was. I don't play this game for silly fun, but sometimes you gotta make the best of what the devs hand to us. So, like, there was a very interesting logistical challenge in getting all of these drying racks inside of the police department and also placed within close proximity to a fire source to keep them warm, so that they would actually make progress drying. And after we got past all of the harvests that we needed to do, we went ahead and these ones that I'm taking off the racks now, I never turned on the campfires for, so they actually just took several months to dry. I mean, it didn't matter at that point because their freshness no longer decays once they're on the racks. So as long as they're on the racks and in the process of drying, we're not at any risk of the crops going bad, right? So that's how we handled that. So basically, these flax that I'm taking off of the drying racks now, they've been here for months trying to dry out, and only now that it's spring and the temperatures are getting nice and warm, that most of them finally finish completely. So we can finally pull these off of the racks. They've been here for a very long time. Now, what do you do with flax? Actually, a lot of useful things you can do with it. You take it to the well, once it's dry, obviously you dry it out first. Then you take it to the scutching board and the heckle comb. I don't remember what order you do that in. Take it to one of those two, and there's a process by which you rip it up into processed flax. I forget what it's called, really. Scutched and heckled flax, and then there's flax like tufts and whatnot. All of that goes towards tailoring, so we can make our own thread out of this, and most importantly, we can make our own bolts of cloth. Using the flax that I had already dried back in winter, we were able to get straight to level 10 tailoring from that. And we had so much to work with that we actually, despite not having all 5 of the tailoring books, we were able to power through 2 levels of tailoring without the books. We just had that much flax to work with. So this, in the long term, all this flax that I dried out and strategically made sure that I was capable of drying out, it was worth it in the end. This is how we, in no small part, due to all of this, this is how we are level 10 tailoring. But we will be using these again after we harvest the corn. Whatchamacallit. These drying racks are large crop drying racks, so sunflowers and corn. So we will be using these a lot. We'll probably end up using the campfires again too, because even though the drying racks will progress without the campfires will make them dry faster. So I think we will actually use the campfires, even though it'll be like the dead of summer when we finish harvesting the corn, because you can make it so that the drying speed will go over 1 times, so we can actually make it dry faster than it takes it takes 2 days. Yeah, 2 days for corn, but we can make it go even faster, which is great. Okay, so my main backpack is now full. There's more flax on the floor here. I'm just going to drop the leftover. And all the rest of this stuff on the floor here is barley. Actually, it's a mix. Wheat, barley, and rye. I don't think there's anything you can actually do with most of that. Hang on, we've got a quern right here. Or a stone mill, rather. When it comes to milling seeds into seed paste, this works as intended, I believe. 30 seeds for 1 seed paste, but then you need 30 seed paste to make 1 vegetable oil. Everything about that feels wrong. I think they did something wrong with that, the devs. I've not been able to make seed paste yet, because if I milled every single flax seed that I got, I would probably have, despite all this flax, again, y'all see how much flax I had here. All that flax, I would probably get 1.5 1.5 vegetable oil. Obviously, there's something wrong there. Obviously, there's something wrong, but I don't know exactly what, and I don't submit bug reports anymore because, well, the devs ignored several of the ones that I posted in the past, so I don't put the effort in. In any case, that is the tale of the drying racks. We'll be using them again in the future, I dare say. Oh, look at that. We've got a round of respawns at the gas station. I'm going to deal with them now. Blooming sunflower, 3 oils. 900 sunflower seeds for 1 oil. Jesus Christ. That is a ridiculous ratio, but I do like vegetable oil. I mean, it helps me put on weight. So, I have 30 sunflower plants, assuming I don't have any loss. KTO, what level of agriculture, or farming? What level of farming were you when you harvested those? I'm curious because the yield is directly correlated to your level.
Hey.
9, okay. That's exactly what I am right now, too. So that's exactly the numbers that I can expect at my current. I do think that I'll be 10 long before I harvest the sunflowers, because I do have I have tons of other crops that I can harvest before the sunflowers will be ready. So I predict similar ratios, but it's not the worst in the world, I suppose, but it still feels off. It still feels off. 600 seeds. Or, I'm sorry, that 900 seeds for 1 oil. Hang on a second. Hang on. Wikipedia is not the worst source in the world for obscure stuff like this. Seed oil misinformation is its own article. That's funny. Anyway, vegetable oil. Let's look for the word sunflower in this page. Oils can be heated to, such oils include both the major cooking oils, soybean, rapeseed, canola, sunflower, safflower, peanut, cottonseed, etc. Where are peanuts in this game? We should be able to make peanuts. Or, I'm sorry, we should be able to plant them and then make peanut butter. I look forward to that. Sunflower shows up 5 times. Typical productivity of some oil crops measured in tons of oil per hectare of land per year. Tons of oil per hectare. What is a hectare in terms of... That's 100 meters. Oh. Okay, so we can actually use this in Zomboid. A hectare is 100 by 100 tiles. I believe Zomboid, each tile is supposed to be representative of a meter. I don't know if that's exact science, but I think each tile is supposed to be a meter. So that means a 100 by 100 set of, basically 100 plants in this game would be a hectare by this measurement. So we should be getting, if we planted 100 sunflower seeds, assuming max agriculture skill, we should be getting 0.6 tons of seed oil. Everything about the ratios that we're getting right now, that sounds wrong. I honestly think that the part where we take the seeds to the oil press, I think that's supposed to not require 30 seed pastes. I think that is the part that's wrong here. I feel like the number 30 got lost in communication between the people who do the drying racks and the people who did the oil press. I think that's what's going on here. They gut the hunger on forage fruits, really. That sucks. That actually really sucks. I'm down here at the gas station because there was something other than killing those respawns. What was I down here specifically for? It wasn't just the drying racks either. It was something to do with my vehicles. But I forgot. Oh no! We wanted to pull the good parts off of the Rosewood Blooms van and then dedicate that for agriculture. We're just going to kill zombies in the vicinity of the gas station real quick. Gas station is my territory, after all. More so than the rest of Riverside. Call it my core territory. Fun fact, for about 2,500 hours of the time that I've played Zomboid, I've played a total of like 26, 27. What are we up to? Steam at. I'm up to 2672. So for about 24 to 2,500 hours of my time allotted on this game, I didn't realize that being hungry actually did not affect your melee combat damage. I always assumed that it affected your combat damage. So for the longest time, I would never have gotten into that fight that I just did, because our girl was hungry. And because she was hungry, I thought that my damage would be reduced, and if my damage is reduced, there's no point in getting into combat. I need to fix my damage. Anything that would be reducing my damage, that should be fixed first by my standards, but nope. That's not how this works. Being hungry only really reduces your carry weight at this point. So she's going to get over-encumbered more easily. Now, being over-encumbered does have an impact on your combat, but not necessarily your damage. It doesn't, like, cut your damage down. It just cuts your attack speed and makes you more vulnerable if you get grabbed. Pro tip about Project Zomboid, do not ever get anywhere near a zombie unless you're extremely confident that it won't grab you if you are overloaded or beyond. Stage 1 over encumbrance, I don't think it actually affects your chances that much. But once you get to stage 2, the darker red moodle, stage 2 and anything above, you are seriously increased in chances of actually taking a bite, actually taking damage, if a zombie gets their hands on you. So unless you're very, very skilled in combat, not to toot my own horn, but I know what I'm doing here. I do not recommend, if you're struggling at all, I do not recommend ever getting into combat while overloaded like this. And hunger will directly impact whether you get overloaded by ambient carry weights. Alright, so our goal with this is to replace the good tires on it with not as good tires. And same with the brakes. Because this is just going to be a local use vehicle for agriculture stuff. So these good tires can go into the stack with the other good tires for my better vehicles. Alright, so we got an 88, 80, and 71 there. I don't care about this 58. I would never put that on a good vehicle. So the brakes, these two 85s, these are performance brakes, so these definitely need to get saved for a better vehicle. So we need to replace 2 brakes and 3 tires. Something slightly less important. These are a bunch of high-quality old tires. These are a bunch of... These should be in the garbage, honestly. But... Actually, these 2 regular and this 1 old, those are good. I can use those on this vehicle. Now I just need 2 average brakes. Oh yeah, the bar shelves. Yeah. That's my upstairs bar has always been it. Another thing with the dartboard. I've always wanted to find a good way of integrating the dartboard into my bar/game room area. But the dartboard has to be facing only one direction. Only one direction. That is so silly. So silly in my humble opinion. The silliness is off the charts. Both of these vehicles are all glass work. And this one is all... Okay, interesting. I don't think I left any brakes in this one. I did? Okay. Perfect. A couple of lower quality regulars, it's fine. Again, we're not going to be driving this, the Rosewood Blooms here, we're not going to be driving it very fast. So there's no shame in putting bad brakes on it. And now, for engine repairs, I always leave a trauma bag here with a bunch of engine parts in it. So I just pick the trauma bag up, and now I've got a shit ton of engine parts to work with. Boom, straight to 100% with one tap. You know... Okay, this is a funny thing. Technically speaking, I think Rosewood Blooms here is actually my best step van. Oh, no, sorry. Plonky Mobile, I think, is slightly better than 79. This one is 79 engine quality. Engine quality is affects your chances to start the vehicle. You know what? I need the tire pump down here, not in my garden. I'm actually going to, replace the tire pump up there with this tire to mark its location. Lamps on top of the Snookers. Huh? Oh, that sucks. When I got kind of hopeful when I saw that the diner logo thing can be taken, but yeah, unfortunately that is not a universal thing. Perfect. Okay. So Rosewood Blooms, its trunk has already been repaired, is now our dedicated something vehicle. It's going to go up there right next to Spiffo Mobile. Their trunk sizes are the same. They shouldn't be, but they are. Unfortunately, trunk sizes have been broken as of 42.13, at least for heavy-duty vehicles. Maybe I will have this Spiffo Mobile be my gardening, seed, and that's it. Gardening and seed. Or actually, other way around. Gardening and seed will go into Rosewood Blooms here. And the Stack 18s, building material related, will stay in the Spiffo Mobile. Yeah. Hang on. It's 26 divided by 9. Okay, so there's no chance of getting three SAC 18s in there. But we can put one into the glove. Perfect. Now that reduces trunk, whatchamacallit, trunk allocation. Actually, no, this is fine, Yeah, I don't have to overthink this. Scythe and wood axe onto the driver's seat. Actually, that's kind of a... The scythe should go into whichever trunk has more room, which is going to be rosewood blooms. Okay. 2 tiles is a good... If you're going to parallel park, I recommend 2 tiles. What's going on with this? There should be 2 more sheet ropes somewhere. But there's not. Huh. Well, in any case, I can move the Plunky Mobile up a little bit here. A little bit out of the way until I need to do my next logging operation. I've been very, very successful at procrastinating my, at procrastinating my, efforts over here. I have a lot of loot to sort still. It's kind of all been sitting there since the beginning of the stream. That was one of the things I was supposed to do, but then distractions came up. Well, not distractions, necessary things. It is absolutely necessary for me to get my kitchen up and running. Because the small form food bin up here is still full. It is still full. That problem has not been solved. We got sidelined by the agriculture stuff, which is time sensitive. We had that was not just me losing focus. That was the agriculture stuff is time sensitive. We had to get those composted down, or the compost put down before the growth phases started to get too deep. And that way we could get more compost cooking in the bins. In any case, this flax, I brought it up here, but it doesn't necessarily have a home yet. Where can I put 36 encumbrance of flax? There's nothing more permanent than a temporary storage box, but I might as well use this one for now. So this is the hospital / lab area. It's coming along nicely. I enjoy it. We spent quite a bit of time on this. I think it was near the end of my previous stream. We got a lot of good design qualities finished. I have not yet decided how I want to do the privacy curtains between the hospital segments. Right. So we've got one room here. This is the observation room. And let me back up a second and explain my base design. I like to design my bases as if they're going to be occupied by more than just my character. We're not quite there yet because while there's multiplayer in its unstable form, multiplayer doesn't actually involve sleeping very much. I think sleeping is turned off by default. What I really want to build for is a base that's going to be like a small colony of NPCs. I've said this before about Project Zomboid, but I feel like Project Zomboid is a colony simulator without colonists. Or, I guess, where your player character is the only colonist. That's what I feel like about this game right now. So, I like to kind of, I don't want to say future-proof my base designs, I feel like by the time they actually add human NPCs to this game, the needs of those NPCs might be slightly different from the player. Like, for example,
Hey!
didn't want to do that, but whatever. All these instruments that I've been collecting, I feel like they may serve a functional purpose when NPCs are added. Um, RimWorld doesn't have this. I don't think RimWorld has musical instruments, but RimWorld does have an entire subsystem for your colonists um, to amuse themselves. Recreation. That's what it is. Recreation. Another game that I play, a less known variant of the RimWorld style of game, is called Clanfolk. It's a bit more of an obscure game. Highly recommended. If you enjoy the chill sort of building experience without like a looming like Clanfolk is like for the RimWorld players who want something that's a little bit closer to The Sims, right? RimWorld, you can't really play RimWorld in its canon form without combat, because combat is just such a huge part of the game. Clanfolk doesn't have the dev is a little bit out of focus. He actually did add some sort of rudimentary combat system to it, but it's not like it's nothing like RimWorld, right? There's no your clan folk won't die if they get into a fight. They'll just get wounded slightly, and it's sort of like a social fight sort of thing. And it's fights that have something to do with I forget exactly. I've never actually experienced them. It's one of those later game things. But in any case, it's RimWorld with much less combat. That's basically what it is. And I bring it up because one of the chief ways that you can very easily entertain your colonists and clanfolk is by making instruments for them. And I feel like that might make its way to Project Zomboid at some point. So we all these brass and woodwind instruments and guitars, microphones, all this stuff that I've been collecting. It has no functional purpose now, but I like to imagine someday when you have a colony of NPCs living with you, if you choose to go down that route, the devs have publicly stated that they'll always have builds favorable for the lone wolf playstyle that we've been doing so far. I'm an NPC guy. I'm a guy who absolutely would recruit a fair number of people to live with, to live in the colony here. But yeah, they would need a way to entertain themselves, and a variety of instruments would probably go very far in that regard. Obviously, we have that right next to the game room and the alcohol store, so options for everybody. But that's also why I build a hospital too, because if you're going to take somebody in off of the out from the world, you're going to want to put them under observation, quarantine them after bringing them in. We have a clinic down here. The clinic is more of a health and wellness center, right? For somebody who's not a member of the Enclave, maybe just somebody who we find out in the world who's injured. First thing we'll do is just drop them in here on the examination bench and very closely examine the injuries. Then, if they are confirmed, or at least pretty obvious not to be zombie bites, strap them onto the gurney, bring them upstairs, check them into the hospital bed up here. So we definitely want to expand the hospital. But not every room has to be an observation room like this one. This is like a 24/7 observation room right here. Right? All shits and giggles until there's a game that just came out. What the hell is it called? I haven't tried it yet, but I've been thinking about it. It just came out recently. It might even be in the Steam store page for me here. I hate seeing old games in the Steam store page. Why the fuck am I seeing an ad for Rust? Recommended because you have games with these type. But fuck that. I want to see new stuff on the Steam store page. Anyway, if anybody in chat remembers, there was a zombie game that just came out, and it's sort of like a Papers, Please sort of game where you play. I guess you're like a leader of a colony, and you're supposed to vet people who show up to try to get into the colony. And you have to like hit them with an X-ray, scan them, and check to see if they're they're a good addition. And you have to make those hard decisions. Do we let this person in, or do we throw them? Do we put them in the black SUV to get carted off to the lab, or I'm sorry, the place where we don't tell everybody else about. Quarantine zone, is that it? Yes. Hang on a second. Yeah, January 12th, 2026. This is it right here. Yeah, this is a recent release, and the goal is to like yeah, you're just a checkpoint manager. That said, I think you also upgrade the base, so I think you're actually kind of a leader figure. I have looked at this pretty closely. I don't know if I'm actually that interested in it, to be honest. Um, because I think I've been looking through the reviews. A lot of the reviews are saying that there's kind of yeah, like one of the top reviews. If you're interested in buying weight, it doesn't say it, but the game feels early access. It's too buggy and needs QoL adjustments. So that's one of the reasons that I mentioned that the game just released. I am always extremely skeptical of new releases in the current decade. Anything past 2020, if it is a new, it needs more time in the oven. Basically, it's industry standard now in the video game world to release something and just get it the fuck out there. Don't even bother with the early access title, depending on the studio. Or, well, other studios will just keep the early access label for 13 years. Case in point, Zomboid. But yeah, I'll put a link to this in the chat if anybody's interested. I feel like I feel like it's got potential, but I won't be playing it on stream anytime soon. At least until I see maybe if I see some people posting that it's gotten better. At that point, I might take a look at it. In any case, I think this is the missing rope right here. It was in the backpack. I say missing because, yes, the 6 rope here, 6 and 6, that's 12. 10 and 2 is 12. We can make 2 stacks of rope now. There are supposed to be 4 stacks in the Plonky Mobile. Problem solved. Okay, now the goal is to get everything out of here that's not furniture, so that I have another I have my free backpack back. I was hoping that roast would put me back into weight gain. I might be having some more bowls of oats here. It has not gone rotten yet, but I feel like it's not too awful long for the world. I'm gonna put the exit sign that I picked up on the exterior, because why not? Actually, no, hang on. I don't have to start memeing yet. Let's put it over the second floor here. Beautiful. While we're up here, do we have room for another computer? Actually, not at this desk. Yeah, we don't want to put another computer here because all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles of the desk are taken up. The funny thing about the desks is I could make this even longer if I wanted to. All you got to do is find other desks of the same variety that have more of the horizontal or vertical tiles. These whatchamacallits, these tiles are fixed direction, you can't rotate them, but you can go find other desks with the same tile and get more of them. So I could go find another one of these middle tiles here, and just like put another one down there, and then move the end tile down 1 level. So I could make this desk an infinite desk if I wanted to, but I'm not worried about that right now. Just something to think about. I'm going to leave this other furniture up here. Or not, because all of these crates are full. Wait a minute, I do have room in this one. Perfect. What about this Specials Chalkboard and Deluxe Coffee Express? We're going to leave that downstairs. Specials chalkboard is one of those things that will not let you put it on a tile if there's something on the table in front of it. So, because the coffee machine is there, I can't put it there. What if I pick the coffee machine up, put the specials board down, and then put the coffee machine... There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, both of these military backpacks have been emptied. Alright, dropping my weaponry. So that I can carry more stuff. Alright, main backpack is emptied. Put that back on. Alright, I can now pick up these backpacks into my hands. So the goal is to start picking up the contents of these garbage bags, and sort them into these backpacks by category, and then take them from the backpacks and deliver them to their destinations. So I'm going to start with entertainment material in this backpack. Okay, that's looking good. Let's do memorabilia and sports stuff in this one. Memorabilia tends to be the small stuff in high quantities that I pick up. Oh, hey, thanks. Yeah, I was thinking about making a 600 sub special at some point, but I'm actually faced with information or option overload when it comes to video ideas. There are so many video ideas that I have that trying to actually decide on one is a frustrating process. But I will definitely come up with something at some point. Now, with that being said, videos on my channel actually perform very poorly compared to my live streams. My live streams tend to get, I mean, just right now, 54 concurrents. Shout out, folks. Pretty high numbers for a Wednesday right there. Hope everybody's enjoying their day. But that's actually 20 more views than my last posted video got. And that being said, my last posted video wasn't exactly the most interesting stuff. But that just goes to show that the audience that I've built so far is definitely more inclined for the live stuff than they are the vids. So keeping that in mind, doing more of the same is definitely warranted. I do have to always keep in mind that I should not allow myself to get jaded on subtotals, because it's easy to, whenever I think about my main channel, it's very easy to think that this channel is small and relatively meaningless. That's not true at all. But it's kind of hard to, like, I'm in a constant battle against those thoughts, if it makes sense, because the my other channel has got about, I don't know, 80 subs, 80,000 subs, and it is continually pulling in more. And I'm starting to wonder if that is because of a particular quirk that other YouTubers have described, where old channels that have been around for a long time that have a few viral videos on them that are not monetized are currently getting recommended like crazy to everybody. Like if you whatchamacallit, if you go out there and just look at your recommended feeds on the side of every video that you watch. I feel like right now there's just tons and tons of videos that are like, more than a decade old, for channels that haven't posted in forever, that are being recommended to everybody. And one of the reasons that some YouTubers that I talk that I've seen post videos about this, one of the reasons that are suspected right now is that the YouTube is doing that because they don't have to share ad revenue on those videos, because those videos they still have ads on them just because they are not monetized and the uploader isn't uploading anymore. YouTube gets all of the ad revenue instead of having to share it. Unfortunately, that is a very plausible thing in my mind. Oh yeah, this generator collection is, we've got, these are the, whatchamacallit, these are the premium tech generators, the yellow ones only. I've got 4 blue ones and 3 red ones back at the gas station. These generators may or may not be used once I start harvesting crops that I can't dry out. So like the watermelons and the pumpkins, I'm gonna get a lot from just these 5 crops of each. I'm gonna get tons, and I'm probably gonna have more than enough to fill up an entire freezer. And my strategy for freezers is I put every freezer on its own generator, so that way, if I want to go on like an expedition away from base, I can spend a lot longer away from base by separating the load, so that, because if you put everything on one generator, it eats up the fuel much faster. So. March Bridge. I still haven't gone there. That's on the bucket list right there. Definitely want to look at that at some point. I don't predict the loot will be amazing, but the experience of trying to navigate such a tightly dense, packed area definitely feels like something interesting to process. Let's take dye and clothing in the main backpack here. How about dye, clothing, and instruments? Okay, that has made a substantial dent in pretty much all of these bags. Yeah, okay. Very good. Of course, I still have not gotten to the point of pulling the food out, and that's okay. If I can get everything but the food out, that's a great start right there. We picked up a few buckets. We shall go out here with the others to get filled up with rain. Now, in addition to what we just picked up, there's clothes over here that have yet to be sorted. Actually, kind of a lot of them. Real talk, I don't feel like sorting clothes right now. So I'm actually just going to add these in there with those, because there's not that much. All the remaining clothes are black and white for over here. Picked up dye of several different colors. We ended up with some black and white dye. Total of 2 bottles of black and 3 of white. Fantastic. 1 red. Oh shit, our red bin is full. I need to get this paint out of here. I should not have paint in with the dye at this point. And I can no longer fit anything further on the counters. Counters are full. Storage problems continue to be problems. We cannot put anything over there. Let's put the surplus paint upstairs. I believe I think the music has died out, so I'm actually going to go ahead and shut the game's music volume off and pull out our playlist here. Our playlist of the game's music. Just playing it ourselves. Alright, 3 bottles of dye. Red for that. Green for that. And the purple for that. And then we got some hair dye. 2 of the light blonde. Those go on this side. And then 1 of the orangey brownish. It goes right there. Slated to be consolidated later. These cases. We can put those upstairs. Okay, main backpack emptied. Let's get the memorabilia and then the entertainment material back out. All this memorabilia was picked up in Riverside and therefore shall become a part of the Riverside collection. We're getting very close to the max here. I should move all of these keys up to the top of this stack. So right now, all of this bottom crate next to the door here that I'm looking at, all of this is memorabilia sourced from Riverside. And the way Riverside and Brandenburg, and anywhere in between the towns. Memorabilia collected in any other town will be separated basically at my outpost at that town. So I'm trying to put anything not unique. So anything that is not a postcard or photo or something with a name on it can go in the second crate in the stack, and then everything else should go in the third, like all these keys. Okay, so that freed up a little bit of space, but otherwise we're getting pretty close to the max here. All of the stuff in this backpack here is memorabilia sourced from the gated community, which was the last area of residential space in Riverside that we cleared out. Perfect. Okay, so the memorabilia bin right here is everything in here is all from Riverside and Brandenburg, former residents. And I do have something like, actually decorative to do with these. I'm not going to just leave them in here forever. I want to make a cenotaph on the roof at some point. But I don't yet know what form I want that to take. So while I continue to think about that, we consolidate the stuff here. Okay, second crate in this stack is close to being full. I think it might be able to fit what we have here. It's going to be cutting it close, though. I'm going to have to start moving some things from this to the top of the stack. Yeah, let's put these frames in the top of the stack. They are decorative, but they're also... they can go up there. Alright, and now we empty all of this. And that. Poncho the dog is actually going to go on my bed with the stuffed animal collection. Some of the tobacco is still going in first aid until first aid gets full, and then we resort it. Picked up some boxing gear. That actually, we have room for that. We can put that in the blues over here. And then we a variety of sporting equipment. Earlier we picked up a pool cue out of a dead zombie. We are going to wash that now. We're going to drop that off upstairs at the pool table, because we actually have one. And now here's a fun thing. This game does have the occasional pool ball. If you find it, you have to get real lucky to find one. You don't usually find them on pool tables in this game. But the pool balls are all colored. There's no cue balls. However, we can put a golf ball here, and that is our cue ball. It's a little big. It's okay. That is okay. So we've got a cue ball. Now we just need a full set of pool balls, which is, well, yeah, good luck ever finding those. Enough for a full set. That is, I've never done any of my characters. Not even Annie got anywhere near close to a full set. And as fate would have it, it is now my bedtime. Let's give her a bite to eat. Do I collect every book? Not every book of the entertainment reading material variety. So, like, you know, the red books, the paperbacks, and the... I'm not worried about collecting every single one of those. But things that are a little bit more lightweight, like comic books. I collect every single comic book that I find. Photo books, RPG manuals, those kind of things, because they're a little smaller and a little bit rarer, actually. So I do collect all of those. All right, but my Poncho, the dog, can go here in the corner. Beautiful. And yes, that is, I'm using stacks of cash here. These, whatchamacallits, money bundles. I literally use money bundles as bed lining. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. That's neat. A lucky tennis ball. I couldn't say that I have any lucky trinkets, because everything that I start with eventually gets replaced. Actually, my crop top, that has not been replaced because I haven't gotten a hole in it. Or am I lying? I think I'm lying. I did get a hole in my original crop top, yes. This character right here, Nora the Explora, has had blood drawn from her from a zombie once in her lifetime. It was a laceration to the lower torso. So that was the shirt that she started with, and the crop top. Both got a hole in it. It happened just slightly to the south of us in this house right here. The one in the middle here is right next door to where we started. This SH here is our starter house, just south of the gas station around the corner there. And then this one here with the B for basement crossed out, that is where we were looting. The bathroom is like catacornered next to the bedroom, and there was a zombie in the bathroom who I did not see around the corner. And I popped open the door, and it came at me diagonally and managed to point blank me as I was coming out of the bedroom. I don't know exactly. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head the circumstances that all came together in order to cause that problem. But the long and short of it was, that was just a generic skill issue. Laceration, I think, is a 7% chance of being infected. So it wasn't a bite. So we had a 7% chance of our run ending after, I think we were like 6 hours in. I don't remember exactly. That was part 2, possibly part 1. I don't remember exactly. Anyway, we've got VHSs, CDs, and catalogs and RPG manuals. Basically all those go in this crate. Hotties and photo books, picture books. So this one is actually filling up pretty quick here. So I may want to fire up another one soon here. Comic books go in the bottom. We have 50 encumbrance worth. I could drag this all the way down. So a 4K monitor and drag all the way to the bottom, and you still have more comic books. Lots and lots of comic books. And a lot of these books that I have right here, a lot of them are unique. There's only like 4 or 5 that are dupes. So all these comic books I collected from the... And you can tell that not many of the ones I just collected are dupes either, because the list expanded every single time. So I don't actually have to keep track of them. I just check the list and see if it expands when I put one in there, and it did for all 20 of those comic books there. So that's cool. Just comic books in that box. But anytime I see a picture book, catalog, photo book, RPG manual, VHSs I'm not too interested in because I have a video store just right down the road from me that I have not actually brought all the loot from yet. There are specific VHSs I'm looking for. Anything that says home VHS, that's actually probably should be counted as memorabilia, because these are all unique. They give like these names I think are randomly generated, but then also CDs, just because CDs are nice and lightweight. Yeah, paperbacks, hardcovers are hard to transport right now because they take up 1 encumbrance each, and with vehicle trunks nerfed, the biggest vehicle trunk you can ever find if you're organized is 130. That's like 2/3 of what it should be. So it's harder than ever to collect hardcovers, logistically speaking. Even paperbacks, I just kind of, regular magazines, they do so little for me. That's, that's all right. I have a collection here, and that's all I need. Stars and Bars over here. Lakeside Painting up here. Beautiful. So that's a first pass at sorting the loot. I would like to be able to do the food next. Let's get a little more progress on the kitchen here. So we've got a display case. I need 2 display cases. Let's expand this a little bit. Catalogs are actually just as weak as regular magazines in terms of the benefits from reading them, but I also don't read them. I just take them for the sake of collecting them. Where is it? Catalog. Yeah, see the boredom and stress right there? It is basically less than an actual magazine. I've found 1 Hunks. I don't know if Annie ever found a single copy of Hunks. I know she found a few. Annie found many copies of Hotties, but I don't think she ever found a copy of Hunks. That's unfortunate. Our ladies need some smut to read, too. I know this is the 90s, so we definitely do not have the kind of smut available that we do today. My God, today. Don't look at women's literature. If you are... If you know, you know. If you don't, I'd recommend remaining in blissfully ignorant. So what do I do with these display cases? I sort them based on the category of food. In this case, we're going to do, for my standard, from left to right, we're going to do chocolates, brights, and savories, and then meats, dried meats. So savories are the chips. So all the chips we've found so far, that's 11 encumbrance. That's already half of this display case. And now we are going to remove from this cupboard, which is previously had our small form food. I'm going to remove the 3 categories I just described. We're going to start with brights, because I think brights is actually the highest quantity. So that's going to be candied fruit slices, canes. Candy corn is technically not a bright, but I mean, if you look at visually, it's a bright. Candy corn is actually just caramel with food coloring in it, I think. Gummies of all kinds, hard candies, jelly beans, jujubes, licorice, all sorts, lollipops, mint. Majeska is... Hang on a second. Wikipedia, don't let me down now. Marshmallow dipped in caramel. Okay, so it does match its appearance. Marshmallows, we're going to call that a bright. Nova Pops. Peppermint. Quagga cakes, the filling looks like it's on the creamier side. Fake cream, but cream. Same with Plonkies. It is like a fake sort of cream that doesn't go bad. And raspberry shortbread, regular shortbread. Sugar cubes and sugar packets do need to stay over here because those are for coffee. Okay, that's all of the brights. So now we do darks. Anything that starts with the word chocolate is an instant go into the darks. Caramel. Cinnamon also, I suppose that would classify as a bright. I don't know, cinnamon is a question mark. But I'm going to leave it here because it is that cinnamon can also be added to coffees. It's basically a cooking ingredient. Crackle bar. Granola bars are... Those might actually be savory. I don't know. Because when I think of granola bar, I think nuts. And when I think nuts, I think salt. Salt is savory. So I think that's... Yeah, we're going to do that. That being said, if memory serves, that is actually going to lead to a problem of the savory filling up too fast. So I might do granola bars in the... I might actually do granola bars in with the meats. The dried meats. Because right now I don't have that much. Just 8 meat sticks and 7 jerky. Popcorn. That is savory. Chocolate bars. Jessica. Oatmeal cookie. I don't know if that actually qualifies. I'm just gonna put that in the savory. Peanuts, pork rinds, pretzels. Rock candy, that's supposed to be a bright. Longplay's Peanut Butter Pucks, aka legally distinct Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Okay, I think that's everything that I would want to sort at the moment. Oh, Day Expires, those are chocolate. You know what? Gingerbread Man, Crispy Rice Square. And let's do Cinnamon Rolls too, those can go in the brights. Butter Chunkers, I missed that, that is chocolate. Okay. One more pass. That looks good. Yeah, that looks good. So now all I gotta do is dump. Brights go over on the left. Chocolates in the center. Savories. Yeah, see, the savories are 15 out of 26 encumbrance already. So they will be the first to fill up. That's okay. We'll figure something out. Alright. Of course, there's this stupid garbage bag on the ground here. That is just basically disorganized stuff that was supposed to go into small form food bin, but the small form food bin was full. So it might as well be a garbage bag of loot. But now what that means is we can start taking up small form food. But we actually blew past our bedtime. It is 6 a.m. We're 2 hours late for bed. Yep. No, Luchador, you're describing exactly what I ran into on Annie. That is a very difficult question to answer. Do I need every single book? Yes, but also no. I kind of wish bookshelves were bigger in this game, to be entirely honest. Alright, let's just start extracting all the food from these containers on the floor. Okay, that is all the food from all of the all the containers on the floor here. And we sorted them in these backpacks based on form factor. So all small form is in the bottom bag here, bottom in the list there in my left hand. So we can now put the savories where they belong. And then we can put the chocolates where they belong. And I never came up with a destination for cereal. That's a bit of a problem. Cereal, unfortunately, is one of those things where you try to classify it, and then you're forced to ask what kind of cereal. Are we talking Cocoa Puffs, Reese's Puffs, or Fruit Loops? Because, you know, that's chocolates, but then that's Brights. But all cereal does have a lot of sodium in it, so it's going to be savory too. Cereal is hard to classify in this game because it doesn't actually tell you what kind of cereal it is. So what I'm going to do instead is put the cereal on the right side. We're going to put that in with the jerky and the granola bars. Basically, the far right side here is just the hard to classify stuff. Scout cookies, I think I can lean towards. Those are Girl Scout cookies are typically in the chocolates, unless you get something like actually, it's kind of hard to. Once again, there are different types of Girl Scout cookies. I was in the Boy Scouts, we did not do cookies, so those should say Girl Scout cookies. But it's not politically correct to classify them by gender anymore. The Boy Scouts have changed their name to the Scouts. It was not like that in the 90s, though. That's a bit of an anachronism. I don't think, as an institution, they push copyrights, so the devs don't really need to do the legally distinct dance. But same is true for federal agencies, and yet GTA has renamed all of them now. Let's move over to chocolates here. We didn't come home with very much chocolate at all. Or candy, really. I'm gonna err on the side of the Girl Scout cookies being chocolates. We've got a couple of hard to classifies here. Vinegar I want to keep separate, so we keep that over here on the side, as well as overflow large form, so flour definitely goes over here in the corner. Jug of vinegar. I'm also putting empty water containers that I'm less likely to use over here. Alcohol, to be brought upstairs at some point, can go in here for now. Anything with caffeine in it, we start over here until it gets full, and then we start moving it out. Yeah, vinegar it should not be as rare as it is, and it should not be such a linchpin material for making glass jars, or jarred food, rather. Yeah. Honestly, because of how essential vinegar is to preserving your crops, vinegar production should have been one of the first things that the devs did. So my ongoing criticism of the devs of this game is, and most of the time, when I first started streaming, I was a little bit more brash with my criticisms of the devs. What I'm focusing more now on is their priorities. I think the devs of this game, their biggest problem is prioritizing things. I think they kind of get distracted and go down rabbit holes sometimes. Well, not just sometimes, a lot of times. I think there's no better example of that than ragdolls. I feel like the ragdolls in this game that were recently added as of, like, what was it, 42.7, 42.8, it was before 42.10, so it was in the first 10 builds of B42. Ragdolls were never something that they posted about in any of their blogs. They just kind of appeared one day. And Granted, a lot of people had a lot of fun with them. I'm one of them. I have a lot of fun with the ragdolls, but it's silly fun. It's immersion breaking fun. I would prefer that they allocate their developer resources towards something that is not immersion breaking fun. But, well, what am I going to do about it? They don't even accept my bug reports. I have no idea if they would have. For some reason, I don't think they're going to be taking my feedback. That is okay. So we're going to need another container for boxes of canned food here. If you're not familiar, you can, if you have 6 or more of a canned food item type, you can pack them into a box. And packing them into a box reduces the storage size, making them easier to store. Baking soda goes into cooking for some weird reason. Cornmeal. Oh, large form food is full. It's a good thing I got these new containers over here. Let's put macaroni and pasta in their own cupboard now. Go over here. Tea bag and coffee over here. Couple more macaroni picked up. And there's a lot of small form that we can now deliver. Okay, so the small form food bin is still a little close to being full, but we now have an infrastructure for dealing with overflow. And we've got room for more counters now, in terms of planning locations. Actually, let's move pancake mix into the far right side now. Beautiful. That's all the food we brought back from the gated community side. Put away these bags for the moment. Now, all these bags of loot have been very thoroughly emptied of a lot of their contents. we can actually start eliminating some of them quite easily now. Wow, that's it sucks. It really does. I don't understand why D6s are. It's you know, that reminds me. The I have yet to test the race cars. I really do want to see how the race cars function. 900 horsepower. 900 horsepower. That is 400 more than the cassette. Yeah, I had the same problem. On my initial map tour for this character, we stopped by there and we had found a sledgehammer early. We got really lucky, so we used the sledgehammer that we found early on and busted a hole in the fence. And we tried to use a little hole in the fence off to the side to see if we could ninja one of the sports cars. But we went all over the place outdoors on foot and saw nothing. So if there are any sports, or if there are any race cars in our world, they're going to be indoors in one of those garages. And we took a peek in a few of the garages. The garages are full of Zeds, every single one of them. So we're in the same boat, all in all, despite the fact that we got lucky initially. Lots of stuff for elsewhere here. The propane lantern bottle goes here, but then everything else we are currently carrying is no longer for this wall. Fire source collected here, or the only place that currently uses it, which is the kiln. A bottle of yellow dye. Going in with the green here. Or no. Going in with the yellows and reds. May need to move that. Hair dye of the blonde variety. Blue knee pads, bright blue knee pads, right over here. Found an Indie Stone t-shirt. Let's see what I do with that, if anything. Some green under stuff, like a Hawaiian shirt and bikini. Those can go there. Banjo. What we're hearing in the background right now, that needs to go upstairs. Iron pipe and steel sheet small can go out in the welding van. M36 for the 38 special box. Banjo escaped the initial instrumentation movement up here. Okay, lots of electrical stuff left. It may seem like we've picked up a lot of twine, and that is initially true. However, we will absolutely piss it all away the moment we start building more crop drying racks, which we will need to do at some point because we have tons and tons of the large ones, but not tons and tons of the small ones. And you cannot put small ones on large ones, or vice versa. Regrettably. Okay, that's everything out of most categories. Everything else is just hard to do in mass. Okay, that one's full. Shit. Alright, our red light bulbs go in the middle here. And then the blue light bulbs go in the top. I have to separate them because they're just called light bulb. And if I don't separate them, then they will all get stuck together. And I do like to be able to see at a glance which is which. So I'm kind of doing the warm colors in the middle of this stack, and then doing the cool colors on the top, and then whites at the bottom. But we have no more room in this crate. We are basically completely out of room in that crate. Three boxes of batteries. I think I can put a moratorium on bringing batteries back to Riverside. At this point, batteries are more valuable to me out in the field because out in the field, I can use them to make battery connectors for more temporary lighting situations. A lot of these scrap electronics are going to go upstairs to the generator. In fact, perfect time to check the generator. It's been a few days. Whenever I go downstairs after going up on the roof, I always must be very careful. I do not yet have a wall over here. Nothing dedicated for the second floor here. Golf bag needs to go over here to the greens because it is a green golf bag. First aid, easy stuff. Okay, everything that's left in these bags, should be able to take care of all of it at once. Picked up a hunting rifle at some point out there in the field. And it's got a scope on it. I want to take that off. There we go. And now, that is 100% of all of the loot that we had brought back over the course of the last, like, 2.5 streams, I think. We've been dropping stuff on the floor there and ignoring a lot of it. Problems are on the way to being solved now. Fishing. Titan backpack. Some tools. We are up to 11 boxes of nails. These rope bundles need to go somewhere else. One more box of nails, and that's yet another carton. Our small form materials bin is getting full again. There are optimizations I can make over here. For the moment, I'm going to focus on consolidating these incomplete duct tapes and twines and move some of them down to tailoring. Once I get these welding rods put up, most everything else is for the sewing department or the kitchen. Okay, I've consolidated all the thread, duct tape, twine, really edging all of our storage crates here. But I can say with almost 100% certainty at this point that we have fully exhausted our standard loot, whatchamacallit, our standard loot cache here at Riverside. We should be very sparingly bringing stuff back here at this point. Like, basically just very rare guns and ammo are the only two things that we really should be bringing back at this point. Beautiful. Okay. Let's gear back up. Now I have to step away briefly IRL here. I shall not be gone very long at all. And then when I return, we shall shift gears a bit here, now that we've gotten all of our loot sorted. I think we might be visiting Rosewood. Yeah. I'm going to take one look at the crops before we commit to that, but we might be visiting Rosewood. I have not yet hit the fire department and the fire department and the PD there. Mod suggestions for the current build, I don't have too many suggestions, but I do. Common sense is not a bad one, but unfortunately, okay. So if you're new to the game, then you're playing build 41. So if you want to look for mods, that's the first thing you want to look for is make sure that it's build 41. Otherwise, build 42 is the version you're watching right now. Build 42 requires a build 42 mod. You can opt into build 42 by going into the Steam beta settings. I don't know if I would hard recommend either at this point. Build 42 I would recommend learning, because that's what the game's going to be like going forward. But in any case, I do have to step away. Folks in the chat, if you know of any good stable mods for B41 or B42, let them know. I shall be right back, folks. Alright, I am back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. So while I stepped away there, I took inventory of what I need to get done today. And unfortunately, I do actually have a couple things on my agenda. I've been at this for 4 hours, 25 minutes, so I think I have a couple of hours left on me for this stream. I don't know exactly how much longer, but I do need to make sure that before too late in the afternoon, I gotta get head out for some other stuff. So let's try to get a plan put together here. We are free from Riverside. All local assets have been consolidated. I would like to go to Rosewood and hit the fire department and the police department there. We already have a base waiting for us in Rosewood, base with a generator and a gas station. One of our power centers in the area. Not quite as big of a power center as Echo Creek, but pretty big. So we are in prep mode for that. Let's get some lights fixed up here. Yeah, I love it. It's beautiful. Beautiful indeed. So we actually just repaired the generator. So we are clear to depart. Wait a minute, it's 2300. I haven't started sleeping yet. Let's sleep now. And as an overnight task, we prepare. Oh yeah, 100% on Brandenburg. We actually didn't even bother going for houses with garages because I figured my tendency to want to loot everything in a house once I get started is actually holding me back a little bit. We did hit houses with basements that we could see from a distance. So the cool thing is when we get to our destination, because we've already got a generator waiting for us, we will also be able to fire up a fridge. So the stuff that's in this fridge that I kind of want to use up in the not too distant future, particularly this mutton and some of this garlic. Yeah, we're going to take that with us. Okay. It is 3 a.m. I need to burn like an hour. So I'm actually going to put those perishables back in the fridge, but they shall be separated in this garbage bag. So all I got to do is grab that garbage bag tomorrow morning, and then we can depart. I am going to shut off the lights for the base here. I just topped up the generator, so the generator is good to go for quite a bit. So my current goal for when we're going to head down to Rosewood, my current goal for Rosewood is to get started clearing the town. We're going to just clear a path straight down the center of town and work our way towards the police department. But I'm not going to make it a hard goal to clear everything in Rosewood this stream. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. So we're going to get started, and we're going to see how that plays out. And at some point, we will probably end this session in Rosewood. And I predict next session we'll finish up in Rosewood, be back here, and hopefully the crops will be at a progressed phase so that we can continue with agriculture stuff. I think the cabbages here are the only crops I need to touch up before I leave, because we have 2 out of 8 of these cabbages have been composted for the next phase. Okay, so these 2, skip that one, and then the rest. Going slightly past our bedtime, I want to get another load of compost out of this one. Well, that's not good. I blocked myself in. Oh, shit. Skill issue, I suppose. I'll just put that back where it was then. For now. Alright, late getting to bed, but organized. I've got to assume that the prison in Rosewood actually fucking has something in the armory, because the one in Brandenburg doesn't. It would not surprise me in the slightest if you're trolling me, because that was a rather silly thing to learn. The frickin' Brandenburg prison is 100% useless. Looks like we're gonna have fog today. That really sucks. But I'm not gonna let that stop me. Okay, good. Yeah, I have no qualms doing the prison, because the prison is well, I've learned how to deal with prisons. It involves light bars, and it involves whatchamacallit, light bars and fire, because prisoners don't have loot on them, so I don't care about cooking them. Alright, base is mothballed. Fog actually is not full-on pea soup. Not that I necessarily want to tempt the game, but I can drive in this. I'm not gonna like it, but I can drive in it. Oh, I need to get this furniture out of here. You know what? I'm gonna do the lazy thing. I'm just going to put the furniture into the Plonky-mobile for the moment. And these brakes need to be left at my vehicle lot. Otherwise, everything else is coming with us. We don't even need to fill up on gas because our base at our destination is a gas station. Alright, we're using the south exit to Riverside because I should have a relatively accessible way there now. Well, there's no, there's going to be respawns. That's okay. We will deal with them. Or we will just go past them. They shouldn't be too densely populated yet. Okay. I think we are definitely going to hit the prison then. That is, Now, of course, will we get to it this stream? I don't think we will this stream, because this stream, we're going to focus on the area around our destination base, which is the gas station, and the whatchamacallit, the main town road leading down towards the gas station, or the fire department and the fire department and the police department. And after we've looted the police department, then we will take the prison. Pretty trees. Pretty, pretty, pretty. I think the fastest way from Riverside to Rosewood is to go straight through Fallis Lake, which I think we're going to go ahead and do that. I foresee no reason not to. So that was the crossroads that, if we had turned, we could get to Muldrow from. At the next T intersection, we will be passing by Fallis Lake. You know what? I'm actually going to take a quick peek at the residential in Fallis Lake, just to check and see if we missed any survivor homes here. I don't think we did, but I won't be able to know unless I check. Look at that. There's one right here. YOLO. Survivor homes are basically priority number one right now. Besides, by the time I finish this particular house, I may actually have the fog go away. Couldn't say for sure, but I'll take it. That door's about to break. I'm gonna go ahead and let it break. Come on, get up. Okay, that should be a broken door. Yeah. You with a rolled up pitchfork. Clear. Or, closet. Clear. Blacksmithing, melee schematics, blah, blah, blah. That battery is going to go straight into my flashlight because its battery is almost dead. Outside. Okay, that's not good. My keycap just popped up again. I do not need any of the blacksmithing books. That's depressing. Carving 1. Okay. The fill your toilet with gravy diet. Okay. This is not a very compelling survivor house here. Literally nothing in here is useful to me. I've never seen a katana in this game, ever. On my characters, at least. I'm sure they exist. Okay, I take that back. I've seen them in debug mode. Nowhere else. A lot of what we just picked up is honestly just going to stay at the at our destination, the field base in Rosewood. I have not seen literally anything that looks like it is worth commuting back to Riverside at this point. But we'll triage it back at Rosewood base. Another potential candidate for a desert camo bandana here. Okay, nice little side diversion there. We always stop for survivor homes. Let's see if I can fix my frickin' keycap again. My tools when I need it. Okay, I didn't want to get out. I'll fix it. I'll fix it after I end the stream here. We'll we got another good day ahead of us, and we can commute faster now. Alice in Desert Camo. That's new. No, that's not possible. That's not possible. Hang on a second. Here's our game directory. Here's media. Here's textures. Here's clothes, bags. Holy shit. No, that's Alice Pack. Alice belt and suspenders only exists in forest camo and the ugly, disgusting green. The Alice pack comes in forest green, desert camo, and puke green. I don't think there's anything else desert camo. Yeah, that's why I recolored it. For anybody watching, if you are not familiar, my backpack here is supposed to be puke green, but we recolored it to tactical black with a simple texture replacement mod. One of my own creation. Or rather, I should say that I borrowed the work of somebody who did a B41 version, but never made a B42 variant, and extended his color palette to the belt and suspenders as well. I think I did actually tour this area back here, yeah. Okay. Or not this road? because there's nothing on it. Dead end. Okay. We are out of here. Fun thing about those is you can actually cover them up. If you wear a hooded jacket or a military jacket or an officer jacket, there's a couple of other jackets that cover them up. I think I have checked the south road here. Yes, the south road has been checked. Okay. Lake Herd, I don't really care about that. Let's proceed to Rosewood here. Oh. Forest camo is what I stuck with before because that was what matched everything. But I have since evolved from letting the game tell me what to do in that regard. Seeing as the military backpacks are the best in slot, and there's no competition whatsoever. The big hiking backpacks are kind of close-ish, but they don't have, they have even fewer color combinations. It's like you got red, green, and blue, and that's it. There's no, and none of them match any of the options for belt sauce, so that's all right. I really wish they come up with a framework, and they might be working on it. I hope they come up with a framework where all clothing, all wearables should be dyeable. You should be able to dye anything. Like even if it's an item that starts off as a fixed color, you should be able to generate a colored variant of it. But if that is possible, that would require a vast expansion of their texture systems, and that's difficult. Yeah, we're basically just taking a right and then another right, and there we are at Rosewood. I did not. I think that if that's happening right now, that must be a figment of B42.13, because there didn't seem to be a problem with it in previous builds, but I also never tried to wear them. Now that I think about it, the icons remain the same color, but I don't think I've ever tried to wear something that I've shortened, because I never would. I need coverage. Anything that is shortened, I would have no incentive to wear, because whenever I look at a piece of clothing, I'm basically looking at how much real estate it covers and how much insulation it provides. Because the more it covers makes it more valuable in the slot. I don't know if I've ever found leather pants on this character except for on Zed's. There may have been a few pairs of leather pants that I found that were not on Zed's. I can't remember though. Leather pants being best in slot for the pants layer. Okay, here's our destination. On the other side of this little forest here is the gas station. I expect some respawns. Yes? No? Maybe so? This little forest to the south of the gas station is a big headache. I'm going to do a full circle around it with the van before I even get out. Okay, god damn it, that needs to fucking stop. Okay, I'm sorry, I do need to step away briefly here and fix this stupid fucking keyboard cap. What's happening is, it's basically broken. And the keycap keeps kind of sticking to my finger a little bit and then flipping up off of the key. And that could disrupt my movement, and that could disrupt my character. I'm not going to deal with that any further. We're going to park the ambulance here. I'm not going to fire up the generator just yet, because I want to do a perimeter check before I do. Or actually, I want to be able to respond if it brings anybody to the yard. So I'm just going to mosey upstairs briefly and have her chill upstairs. And I should be back momentarily after I fix this keycap. Gonna need my pliers and a replacement, and yeah, I'm gonna need my knife too. I might even need to drill it again. I don't know if that's... We'll have to find out. BRB. Alright, mission success. My keyboard continues to be a Frankenstein monster. Does the camera pick this up? Hang on. The WASD area? Probably a little hard to see. But yeah, that's like that's an X, two X's, and now it is a P. The D key has become a P. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I know what key is what. The actual symbols on the key don't mean anything. Haven't actually looked at my keyboard to type in many years. I learned formal typing when I was like 11 or 12. Alright, let's see how that feels. Feels good. Nice and sturdy. I did have to drill one of the nubs out. So it is, whenever you have to drill one of the nubs, it's going to permanently reduce the capacity of the that particular key. So it's going to get harder and harder to effectively replace my my D key. I'm gonna go ahead and start a loot bag of stuff to go back to Riverside here. Just a couple of the cosmetic things we picked up. Iron pipes are still a guaranteed to go back. Rare topping like maple syrup. Everything else is local use. Fatigue is not far behind. However, we do have a half cup of coffee to finish off. So we've got that going for us. Oh yeah, and this 2-liter of soda can go into the... I have a specific soda department here in this base because of how much soda I found. Boom. Still no action that I can see on that side of this mini forest here. But that mini forest was a ever source of a headache last time I was here. I'm actually going to go ahead and get ahead of the fatigue now. Setting out at 1800 hours. Yeah, no, I'm just going to drink the coffee now. That'll keep us awake and combat effective throughout the rest of the daylight today. is a navy blue. Not quite a perfect navy, but it's, I'll take it. I'll hold on to it. I'm not really interested in vehicle parts right now. Just wanted to make sure that that was nice and wide open. See if there were any targets or not. Alright, Main Street of Rosewood, go. The Pizza World here is a tertiary target. Want to get me some of those that trash can. I want the trash can. Kill this group. Badge, Lena Spooner. What a name. Who's she? Her name is Spooner. Spooner, I barely know her. Garbage bin. And 2 garbage bin. I don't know if I'm going to want the tables or not. So what I'm going to do is extract them from the building here, and I'll leave them at my field base here, so that if I actually do find myself wanting them at my main base for design purposes, then at least I can come back and acquire them with much less of a fight, because they will be right there at my field base as opposed to in the middle of some dumb shit. Speaking of dumb shit, these tables weigh 30 encumbrance total. So just these, each piece weighs 15, right? So that means that's 90 encumbrance in the trunk right there. menus. Tell you what, I'm gonna go drop all that off right now. Doesn't behoove me to have a ambulance with its trunk full. This black van here actually has one of the best engines I've ever seen on a van. Its quality is 100, so it is one of the ones that I want to take back to Riverside with me. Therefore, I can shamelessly load its trunk up with stuff. Well, its trunk already has stuff in it, because of course it does. Quantum Vessel with 90 quality. It's a shame that the Quantum Vessel is one of those six-seaters. Yeah, friggin' things. I suppose it's not necessarily the six-seaters' fault that the devs haven't implemented a system where vehicles should get lighter and have more trunk space if you pull the seats off. Six-seaters honestly should be. They should have just as much room as any other van if you yeet all the seats. But that's not how things work. That's the funny thing is, you can remove the extra seats. It's just that nothing happens if you do. The logical thing would be to assume that the trunk, with every seat you remove, gives you more space. But yeah, you can take the seats out, it just doesn't do anything. Silly, silly game. Alright, I've already extracted what I want from the Spiffos. And we have annihilated a lot of Zeds in this region already. Not necessarily through killing them. We had a very interesting occurrence here. We had a huge group of Zeds that we wanted to burn to death with a campfire after a couple of other combat failures. And the game actually crashed. The game crashed after we had a few zombies set themselves on fire. So, because the game crashed and we were surrounded by zombies, there is actually a mechanic where if the game crashes and you're surrounded by zombies, reloading that save will delete all the zombies around you. So there is actually a huge group of zombies up here that all got deleted because of that crash. It's so silly. I think vehicle weight is bullshit right now. I wonder if that's one of the reasons that towing is broken, because vehicle weight in general is broken. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I hate those door standers. The ones that just stand there. They could be, they don't have to be. Like in that case, that window back there was broken. He could have easily popped through that randomly, but could be. I mean, you know, sometimes they are for sure, because whatchamacallit, like a lot of them I've seen in bathrooms, and if it's there's no other way to get into some of those, so we can say for 100% sure that some of them are fixed spawns. And of course, I am always forced to question whether the fact that some of them are silent and do not attack doors, I can't tell if it's a bug or a feature. Because we've got some Zeds that no longer make noise properly when lunging, as of 42.13 as well. Bug or feature? I have no idea. Is it a bug that's going to become a feature because it actually contributes to the thrill of the game or some shit? Like, I don't know. Couldn't tell you. All I know is it makes our lives slightly more inconvenient, and because of that, could be a bug or a feature. Yeah, they are the single most dangerous thing in this game. Bar none. Alright, so we're going to clear this church here, and then we are headed back to sleep. Okay. The church crowd has been taken care of. We shall go ahead and sleep, and then as an overnight activity, we're actually going to progress a little bit further down the road. But I do actually think I might have to head out tomorrow morning in-game. Yeah, it's getting close to 2 p.m. here, and there are a few things, unfortunately, that I got to handle this afternoon. But I would say that we have done good things here. And we have a few more good things to do, and then next time we will continue doing good things. Because that's what we do here. Alright, let's go take a bite out of the, take a little bite out of the, group that's going to be guarding the, PD and fire department. I scattered them a little bit last time well, actually, I scattered them multiple times. But they have a tendency to congregate back in the fire department, police department area. This machete is on its last leg, so basically I'm going to keep using it till it is about to be breaking. Actually, it's about done. Switching to sword. I hate one-tile alleyways like that. I ain't going anywhere near that. One-tile alleyway in this game? Nope, not even touching it. Doesn't matter how good I am, even if I'm armored head to toe. Nope, not doing it. That is way too big of a risk. Nobody passed this tree line. I swear I saw one or two up here. I know this is the courthouse and the prison is not far. But I'm going to try not to awaken. Dummy. Wow, look at that. The trunk of the prison mobile here has a bunch of guns in it. Neat. It looks like it is a 6-seater. Parts are pretty much shit. Alright, parking lot here is clear. Ooh, sheriff. And we even have a key to it. Now that that would be a pretty successful end here. Is coming back with a this is the first Meade County Sheriff mobile that we've found. So this is definitely going to come with us. Doesn't have any gas. Let's see if I can steal some. Anybody got some gas? Yeah. Definitely not a heavy hitter in terms of engine quality. What? I think we've got something on the floor here. Whatever it is, it looks terrifying. I'm not challenging that. Holy shit! That's a glitched ragdoll right there is what that is. You can kill them. I have not seen one of these in a long time. You definitely don't want to run into them with a vehicle. You will crash your game. So what I want to do when I see these, their shadows reveal their true location. So you can see there's a light shadow beneath it. So this should be... Okay, it's now killed, but killing it doesn't actually get rid of the glitched ragdoll. It just means that the glitched ragdoll will eventually despawn, eventually. So I just need to be very careful not to accidentally run over that Zed right there. Otherwise, we are headed home with our vehicle in tow. Whoa, whoa. They're just disappeared. Okay. I don't know where that could have come from, because usually the glitched ones like that don't appear unless they fall off of a 3-story building. Maybe there were some on the roof. Yeah, maybe there were a couple on the roof of one of these structures. That would be an explanation for that. See, that's one of the reasons the devs aren't really... I don't think anybody is... Not too many people have reported those glitched ragdolls because not too many people experience them. You don't usually see them unless you're in a place like... well, as far as I recall, the only places that I saw them was the sanatorium after getting to the upper floors and Louisville. Now, here's a funny thing. How are the lights on in that place? Oh, they're off now. Never mind. For a second, the lights were on in that building to the south there. That's spooky. Spooky stuff here. This thing I'm actually going to go ahead and just leave it running overnight because I want it to charge its battery. So the 2-liter of gas that I put into it, we'll just let it cook that off, and I will fill it up tomorrow morning. Ooh, I have an idea. I don't know which side the tank is on because I think the dashboard is a lying little shit. So I'm gonna do a thing here. I don't know if you can do this at most gas stations. But this one, if I remove this garbage can, I believe I can very carefully drive through that and have a pump on both sides. Oops. Oh, it's doing the thing. I've seen that happen, and I have no idea what causes it. You gotta be, so there's only 2 tiles that I can drive through right there. But if you're very careful about it, 2 tiles actually is enough to drive through. You've just gotta be straight as an arrow. Ooh. It's a good thing that gas pumps don't explode if you accidentally run into them. That's a good thing. Oh, I was supposed to leave it running. Oops. Engine quality is only 62, so if it wasn't for the fact that this is the only car of its type that I've ever found, I would probably not be taking it. Okay, so I'm going to leave it running to cook off the gas that's in it and charge the battery. It would be funny and terrifying. Battery looks charged. Okay, I'm going to get my loot sorted, and I'm going to go ahead and call it here. I appreciate everybody joining me today. I usually go a little longer than this, but I do have some other things on my agenda today. On the bright side, I'm back. I'm no longer feeling sick whatsoever, anything like that. So the reason I have to drop out here, not because I'm sick or anything, tomorrow, I think as long as I get everything done today that I'm supposed to get done, tomorrow we should be able to go quite hard, and I look forward to that. If nothing else, we will absolutely be going, we'll be going nuts this weekend. Weekends are always big for streaming, so I always try to if I can. Still haven't gotten water infrastructure set up here. That was on my to-do list. But we do still have sinks. Okay, there we are. This machete has run its course. So I'm gonna, before I forget about that, because I will forget about it, I'm gonna take it off my belt. I'm gonna wash it, turn it into a wall decoration. That is something I enjoy doing when I finish using up a weapon in a field site. I shall turn that weapon into a wall decoration. We'll put it over here above the $270, and then something like $45. Yeah, $45 for that side. There we go. And then I can put the other one, if and when I break another one, I'll put it up there to join it. How many Z's? We're up to 8,575. Favorite weapon being the sword. Survived for 10 months, 6 days, 23 hours. So we're coming up on Nora's 1 year in about a month and a half here. In the passenger seat of the ambulance is a spare machete. So that means we're back to mainlining the sword. And we have a replacement sword for when this one we brought with us breaks. Alright, folks. We have had a good one today. I do have to drop out here. Take a little screenshot of my base here and all my vehicle collection. I kind of hate that I have to choose between fog cover or not seeing my vehicles. Damn it. I suppose that's alright. Alright, folks. So the last thing we always do here is back up our save. So I'm going to go ahead and quit out of the game. And we are going to open up our Zomboid folder here. We go to users, user folder, Zomboid under saves. And then Apocalypse, and then sorted by date modified. The most recent one is right there. We Control-C, copy that whole folder. Go up a couple levels to backups. One with the same name right there. This is we're at part 25 today, I think. I do not think we made a backup for part 24. Because there was a 23.5 there. I'll tell you what, I'm just going to call that part 24 for the backup. Yeah, okay, so here we go. Part 25 here. So basically, I've got backups for every single part. Someday I might actually post these publicly, if anybody wants to pick up where I left off. But I would have to find a good file host that wants to actually accept all that stuff. Our save files are about 1 gigabyte for each folder. Compression would make it much smaller, but also that would take forever. So, in any case, I won't make you guys sit through this. I'll catch you guys tomorrow morning, about the same time, possibly a little earlier. I'll see you guys then. Have a good one.